Well, hello everybody. Good evening and happy Saturday. That's right, it's Saturday. Saturday, which of course is a day to be Saturday. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic weekend so far. It's one day in, we got another one to go, and hopefully all is well with you guys. Sorry for any of you guys who were there on my last stream and got to encounter the uh shall we say the sudden loss of stream. I mean, thankfully I was at the end of the stream anyway, but the point had been to finish out the stream and do the things that I normally do. However, that was not the case. So, unfortunately, we missed the end of the stream because lost power. But I'm back. I'm here. I'm with you. And we're gonna have some fun. So sit back, everyone. Relax. We'll do our reading tonight. Of course, continuing through Wolfpack. Chapter 34 is where we'll be starting into. And we'll play some MechWarrior Online. I noticed that I have hit 100 unopened supply caches, so a little bit later this evening, we'll take a look and see what I got and see what comes in. Don't know what it's going to be yet. I have no idea what kind of caches are there. Are they rare? Are they all common? Only time will tell. So, we'll find that out a little bit later this evening. But until then, let's go have some fun. Look at faction. What are our numbers looking like? 4 and 3? Nope. Quick play it is. If anybody wants to join in together, I am in the looking for group. Or let me know and I can put together a group and I can invite people or whatever the case may be. I want to reorder this. I wonder how I do that. I mean, you would. So I'm looking at the audio sources that I have for my OBS, and they're not exactly in the order I would want them to be in. But I don't know how to reorder them. I don't know if you can. Reorder audio. Reorder audio mixer OBS. Let's see. How about Grimplexus Conquest? Nope, it doesn't look like it's been implemented. I guess it goes alphabetically. So someone's saying that a good way to do it, yeah, I had never noticed that, is to actually number them in the order that you want to go, because obviously the number will, you'll give it the way that you want it to be. Oh my god, HPG was an option and we ended up in Grimplexus? What is this world coming to? They're all gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you.
Fresh meat.
Where? I want some fresh meat. See, we got waffle on the other side, cherry glue's over there. Yeah, definitely an upper tier match.
Reactor
As would be expected when I'm dropping solo, it's always an upper tier match.
online. Weapons
Stupid being in the upper tier.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Command, get to the target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
I'm not the fastest mech out there. I shouldn't be the first one to the circle. Doesn't mean I won't be, but I shouldn't be.
We want to go down the 5 line? Oh no, forget it. We're capping.
Yep. Dang domination mode. I've always wanted to be able to shoot that third party drone that pops up. Got people up on the hill already.
Yeah, stay out of their snipers. Echo 6 area.
Yep, they've got multiple PPC snipers up there at the moment.
And please don't charge the enemy all by your lonesome.
Oh, that's not fun.
Remember, there's blood on the
Target
saddle.
acquired.
I got a
New target
seismic hit
acquired.
between Golf 7 and Fox 7. Little bastard's in here somewhere.
New
He's
target
right in Golf 7
acquired.
now. Be nice to get him focused
New
out.
target acquired. New target acquired.
2 or 3 of them there where Charlie is.
Target spotted.
2 pop-tarting Shadowcats also.
And several over in Gulf 6.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Pop darting still in Golf 7. They're slowly moving around. Oh, that's 2 or 3 of them shooting from Golf 7, right across the top.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Golf 8 low. Locust.
India spotted. There you go. I'm sticking up a UAV.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Focus
UAV
somebody.
Target
activated.
spotted.
Charlie took a good hit.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
We need more guys shooting down toward Bravo. Little guy down by Bravo, Golf 8.
New target acquired.
Golf 8 bottom, Dane.
Target spotted.
They're pop tarting down around Golf 8, Golf 7 line.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
There's
acquired.
2 of them right by Bravo.
Need assistance. Target
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Anybody have an airstrike for Bravo?
Target spotted.
Alpha's on a teammate. He's got a UAV up, Alpha.
I'm on my way to him now.
UAV down.
Target
Keep Alpha
spotted.
spotted. He needs to go.
Target spotted.
Got Bravo America.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
They're all up on the 7 line across the top. Look west. Everybody look west.
Target spotted.
They might come right over the top at us.
Target spotted.
Focus Bravo, quick.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Hotel.
Spotted.
Target destroyed.
Anybody have a UAV?
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Kappa's their ECM.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
We got a UAV.
New target
Target
acquired.
Got an arc out.
Target spotted.
Regroup.
Shoot the narc guy. They got a UAV up.
Target spotted.
Get that UAV down. Box 7. Nice. UAV down.
Regroup, блядь.
Autocannon ammo at 25%.
Target spotted.
Left
Elite.
missile critical damage. Heat sink destroyed.
Damn.
Artillery strike online.
Stay together.
Nobody else was moving in. Somebody had to do something.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
There's one in Gulf 7 low.
Come on, Marauder.
They got a missile boat over in Fox 7 area. Watch it. Very dangerous. Missile boat. Keep your cover.
Both of those Shadow Cats are really beat up.
Right? That's why they're not attacking, because they're beat up. So are we, though.
Target spotted.
They got a sniper over in Fox 7 and a missile boat.
Well, that's one of the Shadow Cats now. Hey, Waffle. I know, right? How dare I come up behind you and get you?
God damn it.
Affirmative.
Bad news is we have an AFK. So it's 2 against 3 right now.
Not all three of ours are moving.
One's a Shadow Cat. Are you an XL?
That is absolutely XL if you have 4 Rack 2s.
Good luck.
Yeah, that rifleman is not long for this world.
Target spotted.
Got a bad guy at the bottom of Fox 7.
25
Another guy up on the hill in Echo 6.
Not let the enemy keep
Target
it up.
acquired.
Watch Fox 7.
New target acquired. Left destroyed. Warning incoming. Heat level critical. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Federated. Critical damage. Critical damage. Critical damage. Heat level critical.
Hit him with the mix-up in
Target
reverse.
destroyed.
Nice.
Good job, dude.
Nice.
I love a good close game like that. Hey, DJ Shadowkiller. Good evening. I mean, I had 2 killing blows out of that, 364 damage, which isn't too shabby. I don't know that I would have gotten the arrows up if we didn't come out with a win on that, but hey, 11 to 12, we still managed it. Oh yeah. Hydrate. I got to get the water going for a cup of tea. I'm looking at the faction stuff tonight just to see if the numbers get up there. And the numbers are actually pretty close at the moment. So let me go ahead and join up with Clan Wolf. Or, you know what? Free Russell Hague Republic. Let's go with Free Russell Hague Republic. They are the Free Russell Hague Republic. For some reason, when I play them, or when I give them their voice, I like to give it to them with a French accent, even though there is no way that the Free Russell Hague Republic would be French. But what are you going to do? What are we going to do? We're going to have some story time while we see if a match comes up. Chapter 34. The honor guard stood smartly at attention along the chieftain's ramp. They were all elementals, and though not all had been part of the bondsman transfer at Luthien, they all wore Novicat badges as prominently as their dragoons unit and rank insignia. Elson wondered what Wolf would make of that. Wolf's wife and children waited at the foot of the ramp, Mackenzie's widow and daughter along with them. Marisha Dandridge had applied to the Officer Council for permission to be the one to tell Wolf of his son's death. Elson had seen no reason to deny that request, even though it violated the standard chain of command. It was another sign of the decadent weakness of the Blood families. Wolf's family making a public display of their grief would only weaken his standing with the clanners among the dragoons. The dropship's personnel hatch hissed open to reveal a knot of black uniformed soldiers. Elson recognized the uniforms. They would be the Curidans Wolf was hauling home with him. Oh, look, and it skipped over me, so exit the queue. Back to quick play. They walked slowly down the ramp, back stiff. At the foot, they all took turns bowing to Wolf's family before stepping aside. They remained clustered in the shadow of the dropship, apparently reluctant to approach the group of Dragoons officers among whom Elson stood. Wolf and his bodyguard were the next to exit the ship, with the combat officer Cameron following almost immediately. Wolf's reunion with his family was full of emotion. Elson checked on Alpin. The boy fidgeted, but remained where he was. The reaction of the Elemental Honor Guard was just what Elson expected. They kept their eyes fixed firmly ahead, their expressions stony. The Curidans also found it expedient to ignore the scene being played out before them. Though their culture honored the emotions, it looked down on public displays of feeling, so their distaste was only for the impropriety of the expression. Hey, Bear.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
I give today about a 6 or a 7.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
All right, I have a group set up. Feel free to join when you come on in.
Yeah, I still have to load up and stuff and do a couple of other things, but I'll be right there.
Yeah, no worries. I'm reading.
Good. You go ahead and do you, and I'll do me, and we'll figure it out.
Exactly. Some of the officers around Elson were making comments, noting that Wolf's behavior was unbecoming a military man. Elson was pleased. His upbringing made him want to sneer at the wanton display and blatant lack of control, just as the others did. But it was important that he not appear biased against Wolf today. His control was more than sufficient for the task. Cameron slipped past the family and tapped Vordel on the shoulder. He leaned down to whisper something into the stocky bodyguard's ear. Then the two of them stepped away from the ramp and headed toward Elson's group. The whispering among the officers ceased as they approached. "Why aren't you with your family?" Vordel asked Alpin. "I'm an officer," the young man snapped. "My place is here." Vordel eyed him suspiciously. "What's going on?" "You'll find out soon enough, old man," Alpin said. "They'll be telling him any time now." "Telling who? What?" Cameron looked even more concerned than Vordel sounded. He snatched a glance back over his shoulder at Wolf. A tremor ran through his body, as though he was thinking of running back to his master. His reaction told Elson that the communications blackout had been successful. Alpin sneered at Vordel. "I don't need to answer your questions." Hans's face screwed down tight. Elson recognized the danger sign Alpin missed. Cameron caught it too, and forestalled Vordel's response by putting a hand on the bodyguard's arm. Vordel relaxed, ever so slightly. His voice was hard when he spoke, and Elson was pleased that the bodyguard directed his question to Alicia Francher, one of the safer officers. Colonel Francher remembered Wolf's dismissing her from command years ago. It had taken very little for Elson to fan the coals of her resentment. She would not betray the plan. "What about it, Alicia? What's going on? Something's up, or you wouldn't be here." It was no surprise that the bodyguard noticed Fancher. As a member of Wolf's command lance, Vordel would have a good knowledge of all the combat unit assignments. Fancher's Beta Regiment was supposed to be engaged on Vertebren. Since he had not heard of any reassignments, Vordel had to assume it was something pretty important to pull a regimental commander away from her troops in the field. Colonel Fancher answered coolly. "Like Alpin Wolf said, you'll find out soon enough." She nodded her head to indicate the approach of Jamie Wolf. While Vordel had been digging, Wolf had been learning of the death of his son. The colonel's cheeks glistened with the tracks of tears. Cameron looked shocked, and Vordel deeply worried. Wolf gave Alpin a brief glance as he walked past him. The gathered dragoons parted before the colonel as if he were some massive, threatening warrior, rather than a slight man shorter by a handspan than the least of them, and older by a good 20 years. Wolf stopped before Elson. Marisha said you ordered a calm silence. I did. Why? I thought it best that word not be spread across the inner sphere before you could return. The dragoons have enemies who might have taken advantage. That was unnecessary. A shrug would have been too cavalier. Elson stood still. The necessity or lack was not as clear in deep space. A courier was out of the question due to our mission guidelines. An open broadcast could have been monitored. A Comstar communique would have entrusted sensitive information to a suspect organization. Is it not Dragoon's policy to avoid trusting Comstar with any important information? Wolf sighed. Maybe you were right, but I would have wanted to know sooner. It would have changed nothing, Quiaff. Softly the colonel replied, I suppose not. He died in combat. What warrior could ask for more? He was my son. Elson nodded. We have withheld the remembrance for your return. We knew you would want to be there, grandfather, Alpin said. Wolf looked at him blankly for a moment, then asked, When? Tonight, if you wish it, Elson replied. Tonight? Wolf stroked his beard. No, I want a little time to let it sink in, to prepare. There are a few details, Elson prompted. I'll handle them, Cameron said in an unsteady voice. There's no need for you to worry, Colonel. I'll take care of the technicalities. He jumped when Marisha touched his arm. Obviously, he had not heard her approach. Thank you, Brian. Jamie and I both appreciate it. We all appreciate it. She took her husband's arm in her own. He nodded to her absently, then looked around. Forcing a smile, he gathered Catherine into his free arm. She wept openly and sobbed on his shoulder. It'll be all right, Catherine. We'll get through this. Come, Marisha said. It's time to go home. Hand in hand, they walked away. Rachel, Joshua, and Shauna trailed their parents. Vordel, the faithful and dutiful bodyguard, followed. Cameron stayed put, gaping at Alpin. Elson stepped between them, shielding Alpin from the comm officer's stare. Sufficient demonstration had been made for this morning. This was not the time to let anything erupt on that front.
Monsieur Novakat, how are you?
The wolf has come home, he said.
I am sore.
Lifting his voice to include the gathered
45-minute bike
dragoons.
ride.
We all have things to do, Quiaff. Aff,
Yes, sir.
was the reply. Elson smiled to himself. The voices might have been clan voices. Hey, look, we made it through that chapter before the match started. Dun, dun, dun. And now I can take a moment and get my cup of tea going. Cause we all live in a yellow cup of tea, a yellow cup of tea, a yellow cup of tea.
They say that it's 90 here today.
That it what?
Excuse me. They said it's 90 here
Oh,
today.
I thought you said they said that it snowed here today. I was like, what?
Oh.
There's
Yeah,
no
planet
what?
do you live on? What planet do you live on?
You see why I was asking?
TBA. Hmm.
How about pineapple? Pineapple green tea.
You have a good day. Pineapple is good though.
Oh, it's going to be a great day. Not only that, but I have 100 supply caches to open today.
That ought to be fun.
Yeah. So I don't even know how many commons, rares, ultra rares, anything like that I've got. Haven't looked at them one bit.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
This is Clan Command. Get to the target and capture it.
Override engaged.
Enemies that get in the way.
Override engaged.
Circle. Circle gets the square.
So where are we going? South, north?
Take the top, hold the top.
Target acquired.
Two of them coming up the far ramp on their side.
New target acquired.
I think most of them are running low.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
You all right over there, Bear? You got some
Just
weird...
a bit hard on the.
No, you just
I'm
got some
reading
weird
right
sounds
again.
coming through. You got some weird sounds coming through your microphone.
Oh. Is that better?
Maybe?
New target
I'll have to look at it after the game.
Need assistance.
New target acquired.
We got a sniper in Echo 3.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
He's dead. It was a Raven back here with one binary laser.
They must be down low.
He was in Echo 3. Notice he was in Echo 3.
Target acquired.
Am I the only one up here on top?
I'm up here.
Nope.
Warning, incoming missile. New target acquired.
I'm gonna go around their base section up here and then turn and go around. Counterclockwise.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Stole that.
I was saying I was coming up here to get him from down below.
For fuck's sake, Matt, that's my kill.
New target acquired. Heat level critical.
Target Gamma,
Override
Fafnir.
shutdown. Target destroyed. Override shutdown. Override shutdown. Target acquired. New target acquired. Override shutdown. Override shutdown. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I see mechs that I play.
We held the zone for 25%. Halfway there.
Center torso critical damage. Heat level critical.
I missed.
Ammo at 25%.
Taking the target. We are victorious.
We win.
Good game.
Good game, Will. Good game.
That guy was noob is the way. 3 killing blows, 4 kill assists, 3 solos, 4 KMDDs.
I thought I did more
837.
than I did, but apparently did not. But I did get an equal sign.
I only did 170 damage.
Most in the game. Oh, I think it might be your dog back there making noise that I've been hearing.
Yeah, that's me if she's whining because I'm eating steak. And she
Mm.
wants the steak and doesn't want me to have it.
Steak.
Oh,
I had beef shepherd's pie. That was my dinner tonight.
Frozen pizza.
don't you cook it? Oh, I'm just kidding. I used to work in 2 pizzerias, so my pizza has to be special. I can't stand marinara sauce.
Yeah, just put ketchup on it.
Parmesan, garlic, ranch, whatever.
Please, dear God, don't put ketchup on a pizza. What is wrong?
Well, they have hamburger pizzas now that have ketchup on the pizza.
Yeah, but that's a little different. Like
Pickles
you,
and a hamburger.
you're making like a specific cheeseburger taste to a pizza. I kind of get it, but
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it would be very tasty to me.
I bear you got lead,
Yeah. Sure,
and I've
sure.
got chapter 35. Deshaun tugged the formal jacket out of the closet and frowned. It hadn't looked so plain in the store when he bought it just yesterday. He slipped it on, settled the pads in the shoulders, and considered it again. It looked just severe enough and had enough hint of a martial cut. It would do. When he had first heard about this thing the Dragoons were calling a remembrance, he hadn't wanted to go. They hadn't bothered to let him in on such things when he'd worn their uniform. Why should he care now? But Jeanette had brought him around. Deshawn had known Mackenzie Wolf as Darnell Winningham during the years Wolf's son had spent learning the business. When Mackenzie's identity had been revealed, the official line was that the false identity was intended to prevent Mackenzie from receiving preferential treatment. From what Deshawn had learned of the Dragoons recently, it seemed more likely that it was some sort of clan thing, that Mackenzie had to earn the name or something. Or it might just have been more of Jamie Wolf's penchant for secrecy and duplicity. Whatever. Mackenzie was dead now, and the remembrance was being held in his honor. Jeanette was right in insisting that Mackenzie was the issue, not the Dragoons' treatment of Deshawn. Deshawn had known Darnell as a good company commander, and Darnell was one of the few who had not died during the time Deshawn spent in the periphery and in the Combine. A memorial service might be just the thing, a way to bury the dead past. Jeanette came out of the bathroom, vigorously toweling the last drops of water from her short hair. "You're looking nice, but I wish you'd wear your uniform." "We've been through that." She frowned, then shrugged it away. She tugged on her tight uniform pants and slipped into her shirt and jacket with her usual brisk efficiency. Her belt hangers stayed empty. Even dress weapons were inappropriate for a remembrance. He helped get the dress cloak centered and snapped the wolf's head clasp shut. She quickly brushed her hair into moderate order before setting her beret at a jaunty angle. Jeanette looked dashing in her uniform. But then, that was an effect carefully calculated by the uniform's designers. She was uncharacteristically quiet during the trip to the city center, and Deshawn felt disinclined to start any conversations. What was there to say? They emerged from the tube near the main entrance of Wolf Hall. Remembrance was to be held in the great assembly chamber of the headquarters complex. Dragoons dressed in billowing dress cloaks and intent on the same destination accompanied them on the way to the hall. Others approached singly or in small groups from all directions. The gathering crowd was unusually quiet, distant city traffic the only sound. The great hall was raked down to a stage. Normally there were seats fitted to the stepped tiers of the chamber, but they had been removed. The audience would stand tonight, in reverence for the honored dead, Jeanette had said. He followed her to a row a third of the way down, and she led him to a place in the center. He looked down at the stage. Save for a simple podium sheathed in black plastic, it was bare. It bore the black wolf's head on a red disc attached to its front. The podium was mic'd so a speaker's voice could be easily heard in the upper gallery. Deshawn couldn't see the pickups on the stand itself, but they were evident in the enlarged image projected on the wall behind the stage. The screen, like the front of the stage and the walls of the hall, was draped in black bunting. The hall filled quickly and with what Deshawn thought might be called military precision. Once inside, the Dragoons seemed to feel the solemnity lifted somewhat. The soft buzz of hundreds of conversations filled the air. The snatches he heard seemed to be concerned with events and people of which he had no knowledge. He gave up listening and stared glumly at the stage.
Let's have a good game.
Here I go again on my own.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Override engaged.
override engaged.
Thanks for reminding me.
It's always a madhouse in the middle of the city.
Yeah, stay out of the square if you don't want to die in there. Stick to the outsides.
And then you got those Jenners that are like monkeys on the building.
Yeah, those are a pain.
Target acquired.
All coming from E4.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Pretty sure I should open up that guy's torso with like one shot. Look at all those people not listening and going into the center square.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I'm from UAV here. So if they try to sneak up behind us, at least have some sort of a warning.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
However you wanted to deal with that E4 line.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV activated. New target acquired.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I can't get by that wall.
New target acquired.
I'm not sure we can pull this one off, boys. We lost all of our assaults and they still have all of theirs.
New target acquired. destroyed. New target acquired.
Got the left
New
torso
target
off that king crab.
acquired.
Enemy forces at 75%.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Nice kill.
Thank you.
We just gotta play this cautiously as hell.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Acquired. Autocannon ammo at 25%.
Looks like only half of the enemy remain.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Direwolf up high,
I'm
Echo
down to
4.
38%.
I see that.
I'm dead, Jim.
New target acquired.
Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
Incoming missile.
I got the dire wolf as soon as he
New
comes
target
down.
acquired. New target acquired. Autocannon ammo at 0%.
Playing cautious, boys.
New target acquired.
Nice kill on eye.
Right torso critical damage. Autocannon destroyed. Right torso destroyed. Weapon explosion detected. Heat sink destroyed. Left leg critical damage.
Finish him off.
Target spotted.
Just a light mech left. Open CT.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
He's coming around F4, left side.
Target spotted.
Luckily, it doesn't have jump jets.
That fleet can't have jump jets.
Echo 4. It's running
Echo
towards the
4.
center.
We were in a losing streak there, boys, and we pulled it off. Well done. This is a good team.
Gotta play cautiously. Especially on this
Yep.
map.
Where'd that little pecker go?
I don't know, but I'm gonna hide in the rafters.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I think I will do.
I mean, we win on time no matter what. If he just wants to run all of this for 5 minutes, I mean, God forbid we can aim and catch him.
Right?
Like, if we start chasing him, he's just gonna kill us one by one.
Yeah, I ain't falling for that. Oh, there he is.
Right on top of you, King Crab.
Now he's running towards F5.
Can't believe I'm still alive at 21%.
Spotted.
Target destroyed.
Eradicated.
I got
Nice
him.
work, boys. Nice work.
Your triumph.
Oh yeah. I do not think I did enough damage, guys.
What, like 1,000?
1123.
Oh, well.
2 killing blows, 7 kill assists, 1 solo, 6 KMDDs.
I got
Just
one
6.
KMDD and a green arrow.
Just 6. Hey, Red Samovri. Yeah, don't you love this thing? I mean, I've had this thing for a little while now, and it's insane. That's right, Beagle. Insane. Yeah, that's a way to do it. I mean, what do I have? 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, I've got the 14. I mean, the beam lasers are an interesting add to it.
I gotta switch this up a little bit. I think I know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, you must have omnipotted it a little bit. I was looking, I was like, there's only one laser hard point. But omnipods. And now, spider things. Two figures stepped up from the wings. One was Jamie Wolf, his gray-maned head held high. In place of the standard cloak, he wore a sleeveless red gown over his dress uniform. The wide lapels of the garment were studded with badges and ribbons. The other person was swathed from head to toe in loose-fitting black robes that concealed his or her sex as easily as a head-covering hood concealed the face. That person also wore a wide-lapelled gown, and the decorations matched those Wolf wore. Wolf stepped to the podium and waited while the room gradually fell silent. I am the Oath Master. He scanned the room as if taking attendance. You came at my call. Listen as honor commands. Speak as honor compels. He executed a brisk about-face and retired to the back of the stage, where he stood at attention. The black-robed person took his place at the podium. The voice was deep, a man's. I am the Lore Master, keeper of the remembrance. He must have touched a control on the podium, for the speakers began to ring with the sound of a tolling bell. When the sound died away, the black-robed man spoke again. Death is the warrior's lot, and we are all warriors. Seeking the flame that holds back the dark of oblivion, we walk the honor road, and in honor, we find the light we seek. Honor is the light in our hearts. The warrior who thinks to shine above others flares and ends a cinder. The warrior who holds the good of the Trothkin above his own burns with an eternal flame. Let him be remembered in the halls. The bell tolled. A procession marched down the central aisle from the back of the hall. At its head was Alpen Wolf. Behind him were his mother Catherine and Marisha Dandridge. Mackenzie's daughter Shauna came next, and Rachel and Joshua Wolf followed her. All save Alpen carried lighted candles. Alpen held a folded uniform. They halted at the edge of the stage, and Alpen laid the uniform down. Override engaged.
That's better.
I would expect that they'll probably be coming down the 7 line.
Yeah, our base is in Gulf 7. We might as well set up to defend it. If we're patient, they'll come to us.
Yeah, their base is also on the 7 line, which is why the fight will normally end up there in an assault mode on this map. We got a stealth mech Echo 8.
I'll see if I can tag him with the PC.
He's running. He's back probably Delta 8 somewhere at this point.
Roger.
He thought he was safe, but I saw him.
Don't run too far forward. We really don't need to leave our base much.
Affirmative.
Enemy base is being captured.
Sorry.
Let me get out of your way. Shoot.
Enemy land sighted Echo 5.
Should we push forward and take advantage of this base cap?
Activated. Enemy base is being
Nah, I'm a spider just out here doing spider things. You guys hold to your plan.
Yeah. I don't think we should.
Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
I just like to screw with them.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
And what else is a spider for if not screwing with people?
Target spotted.
Come on, hands.
I ended up like running into everybody.
Oh, we got somebody behind me here. Got someone in F5.
Oh, he didn't follow me down.
Spotted. Target spotted.
Can you stay back there? I didn't think so.
All right, we're fully engaged with the enemy. If you want to do another base feint, we could use the distraction.
UAV activated.
Target spotted. Target
Enemy
spotted.
base is being captured.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Yeah, they've got 2 people sitting back at their base. At least 2. It looks like actually 3. A Shadowhawk, a Warthog, and a Flea. So, means we should be overpowering them by quite a bit.
New target acquired.
Sorry about that.
Target spotted.
Base is being captured. New target acquired. Base is being captured.
Target spotted.
And I'll deal with our base.
Base 25%
We got people behind us here in Echo 6 or F6.
Base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Watch for Moonwalker and Echo 5.
Acquired.
Trebuchet in night gear. Or excuse me, in Atlas. Echo 6.
Target spotted.
Base is being captured. Heat level critical. Critical damage. Heat level critical.
Shit.
Override engage. Right torso critical damage.
Fuck! God damn it! Why did I not have override on?
Really bad timing on that shutdown.
I know I said override at the beginning. How did I not have override on? Fuck me! Fuck. This is why I always say override at the start of the battle. I don't know how my override was not on.
Well, I don't want to say the game's over yet, but it feels like we failed to take advantage of the boost you gave us for Arminius.
I'll say it's not over. We just need to be careful and take out the enemy. They're all pretty beat to hell.
Yeah, it's a close match either way.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Tuna. I say it at the beginning of every match, and as I say it, I hit O. So I'm not sure exactly why my override was not on. And that just pisses me off because I know I said it. How did I not turn it on myself? No edibles tonight. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe what I need are edibles.
I've been thinking about going to get some tincture, but I haven't done it yet. CBD oil. I will be right back. I've got a bio break here.
Okay. There you go, Tuna. You know, it couldn't hurt. Things may get wonky, but hey. It's always good that way. We'll see what happens. All right, back to the book. Who has fallen? The lore master asked. Mackenzie Wolf, Alpin answered. By what right do you address this assemblage? He was my blood father, Alpin and Shauna said together. Shauna puffed on the candle she held, and the light flickered out. He was my husband, Catherine said, and blew out her candle. He was my son by law, Marisha said, and did the same. He was my sib by law, Rachel and Joshua said in a ragged chorus. Rachel had to help Joshua extinguish his candle. In unison, they all said, We ask that he be remembered. The lore master nodded solemnly. You are the family of Mackenzie Wolf. You have the right. The silence of the hall was marred by rumbling murmurs. Deshaun noted the loudest noise was from sections where the clan adoptees stood. What's their problem? He whispered to Jeanette. Clan brainwashing, she whispered back.
Who will speak of this warrior? Who was witness to his end?
The raised voice of the lore master brought renewed quiet. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a large man,
Can you hear me?
an elemental by his uniform, stepped out into the central aisle. I am Edelstein, Captain.
Guys, if you can hear me, I gotta drop out. I got a phone call.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good, Bear. Pass one of us the lead.
Go ahead and kick me. Oh, you can't. I'm the one. Just give me a few seconds here.
Yep. I was there when Mackenzie Wolf died. He died as a warrior should, his face toward those who sought his death. That is worthy. As Edelstein returned to his place, the crowd replied with the ritual response. Selah. Deshaun remembered when he had heard that word for the first time. It had been the beginning of the end for the Dragoons in the Draconis Combine. It had been the word uttered by the assembled Dragoons to signify their assent to the plan of escape from the Combine. Here, too, it meant assent. But though the circumstances were less dire, still he felt a chill.
A death alone is not enough,
the lore master said.
Who will speak of the life of Mackenzie Wolf?
A man standing in the front row stepped out into the aisle and walked around to the stairs that led to the stage. He was met at the top by a woman carrying a white robe. The dragoon slung off his cloak and put on the robe. The lore master surrendered the podium to him. The white-robed dragoon stood before the microphones in silence for a moment.
Hear the words we carry with us. This is remembrance, our past and our honor. Hear the part Mackenzie Wolf played in our clan.
The man began a chant. The phrases were archaic and the rhythm complex. Deshaun was tempted to turn around and see if there was a prompter. When he noticed the dragoon's eyes were closed, the temptation vanished. The tale spun by the verses seemed to be telling of the origin and history of Wolf's Dragoons. The highlights were there, but it was disjointed, as if the speaker were leaving things out. Deshaun supposed the chant to be an edited version of something longer. If every detail were told with the intricacy of some of the verses, they would be here for days. The speaker's recounting contained more and more of the detailed verses as he covered significant events in the life and service record of Mackenzie Wolf. The slant of the phrases and the choice of words made it all sound very heroic. Deshaun had nearly tuned it out by the time the speaker reached the Battle of Misery. Then he paid attention, and soon regretted it. Deshaun's contributions went unmentioned. Instead, his old friend, Tom Dominguez, was extolled as the one who had brought the Iron Man down. They had to keep it quiet, remember? Jeanette whispered in his ear. She had caught his arm, and he realized he was trembling. I thought the lie was over. The speaker went on, telling of Mackenzie's heroics and the struggle to rebuild the Dragoons. There were verses about his service with the Black Widow Battalion, and his ultimate leadership of it. Finally, the telling slowed to an end. The speaker stepped back and bowed to the lore master. The figure in black returned to the podium.
Mackenzie Wolf has fallen. Shall his name be remembered in the halls?
Kenobi, good to see you again. Captain Tack.
A silence descended on the chamber. Hamilton Atwile stepped into the aisle and shouted,
Af, let his name.
Cries of Neg! Neg! Cut him off. Contradictory shouts erupted as the solemn dignity of the proceedings dissolved in turmoil.
Yes.
Deshaun watched Jamie Wolf and was surprised at the stiffness of the man. Even when the lore master turned to him and said something, the microphones didn't pick up.
You're talking about your sword.
The colonel stood still
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
said nothing.
Reactor online.
No, there's a trip tank video. You want to see my pecker or something like that? And it's fucked up.
Oh, shit.
Wait, there's video online that's fucked up? I don't believe
Oh, no.
No, that,
Override engaged.
I was about a condo that actually shines in the dark.
It's just so I could.
So you could call it a lightsaber.
you know the way, my brother.
Here, Nightwing knows the way.
Just remember, the urge to sing A Lion Sleeps Tonight is always just a whim away. Whim away. Whim away.
Alright, you need to work on the Ugandan Knuckles accent and a remix for that song.
Yeah. Well, doing it and singing is going to be a little bit more difficult. Fortunately, my voice is already kind of in a little bit of a lower register, but yeah.
There you go.
You wanna see my pecker? Keep it up. You wanna see my pecker?
You might do with a Canova. I decided to turn it into an AC-5 boat. Man, I love the fucking thing.
That actually sounds interesting. How will it work?
You have to swap out a bunch of like arms, but I'll tell you what, it
Talking
carries
about
a shitload of fucking ammo.
The coup or a different Nova?
The Nova Prime or whatever. The BK.
Activated.
That's what it was, BK.
Oh, the planned variant.
Yeah.
You know the way, my brother.
Golf 8, target yes.
The way is apparently Golf 8.
Target acquired.
We have a Highlander. Hotel 7.
Got Fox 8. I don't know, something over here, Fox 8.
Golf.
Ping.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Yeah, Mad Dog, yeah.
Light them up.
New target
That's right.
acquired.
Hello, my brother. Alright, we're gonna hatch me and Golf 8.
New target acquired.
Oh, that Mad Dog's all by himself.
Not all by himself, but pretty much.
He's close enough to by himself.
New target
Dropped an arty on him there
acquired.
in Golf 8.
Three more going Fox 8. Trench Bucket, Axeman, and something else. Swamp Ash is going to be overwhelmed. There's at least four there.
Acquired. Warning incoming.
You gotta push it a little bit.
New target acquired.
Unfortunately, I'm a second line assault.
New
I can't do
target
the initial.
acquired.
I can do everything after.
We got that Highlander 2C over here. Keeper.
Target spotted.
Let's get it
Keeper.
faster.
New
Win-
target
window peeper.
acquired. Warning incoming missile.
They are all focused on me.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Which makes no sense, being that the rest of our team should be just kicking their ass.
Mark, I'm back.
Target destroyed.
Okay, Golf 7,
Acquired.
Golf 8.
Target spotted.
We need help over here.
I'm trying to pin 2 or 3 down in Golf 8.
Pin me down.
Yeah, there's a shitload of them here. Need help.
Right torso critical damage. Right arm critical damage.
That heavy metal Highlander is missing a leg and about to be missing another.
I'm back.
Catapult and
Welcome back.
Should be open CTs.
Okay, what's that gonna do?
Somebody knock that fucking arm bug out. Ah, shit.
He was fucking ducking me right up.
We need y'all over here. Everyone over there in Fox 7, Fox 8, push in now. Right now it's literally 3 against 1. Or no, never mind. 2 against 1. Something like that.
We're up by 5 kills. We can afford to be aggressive.
That's what I'm saying. And that Highlander keeper is about to die. Center torso open.
Target spotted. Target destroyed.
Kill.
Thank you.
New target acquired.
3 of them left. There's 10 of us.
All my shit jammed out. Bushwhacker CT open.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Oh no, they killed me.
Good kill on that cat. I watched him just obliterate. They are in the circle somewhere.
At 25%.
There it is.
Target acquired.
Good job, everybody.
Yeah, that was easy.
GG. This is the way, my brothers.
Normally I hate that, but with that paint scheme I can't.
Yeah, that's fair.
There we go. 1 killing blow, 6 kill assists, 342 done, 241 taken. 1 team damage. Arrows up. Hey, Aelos, good evening.
Or a Klondike bar.
Nothing, but I did just take a THC chocolate. Does that help?
For you it does.
Cajun tuna convinced me. I mean, I didn't need much convincing, but... Alright, guys, I'm going to take a second here, and let's go open some supply caches, because I just hit 101. So let's go see what I got. Inventory. Supply caches. 61 common, 26 uncommon, 12 rare, and 2 ultra rare. So let's go start with the common. See if we get anything good. We're just going to work our way through, because there is not an open all button. Going to get lots of weapons and decals. Getting lots of duplicate decals. As could be expected. Flag Swallowtail. That one was new. The letter I. This stream brought to you by the letter I. Hazard sign. Goat decal. Wouldn't it be nice if there was an open all on these two? And you could just get a listing of what you got? A dancing rat decal? Of course, who but me waits this long? Aluminum symbol decal. Of course, I think there's people who haven't opened them in, like, years. But one of the things I've always wanted their things to do is, even like with the loot bags, would be to actually just tell us everything all together. Just add them all together, not just put them all in there individually, but say, hey, you got X amount. Frog decal. Oh, the dancing rat was one of your first decals to get, huh? Clearly, I just got it. So many supply caches. The number 5. Sulfur. The Mars decal. At least they give us music each time. Ooh, the word Smoke Jaguar. Skull and Bone. A letter Q. Samurai face mask. Ana arms decal. I reckon we got us a ghoul decal, military star decal, the blink warning decal, the number 1. One more common supply cache to open. Hazard sign, diagonal line, number 1. And finally, the Panabus sword. All right, on to the uncommon ones. Should get some cooler stuff out of some of these. But they look remarkably like the common. Basically, equipment and decals. Equipment and decals. Plans dagger decal. So many things. I wonder how much money I have in supplies. That'd be an interesting thing to figure out one day, huh? Extra equipment that's just sitting. Screaming Surat. I don't know yet. I really haven't even thought about which hero mechs I want to get. I want to make sure that they're ones I haven't gotten before, but I'm not sure yet. Neptune decal. And I know I've been mentioning it the last couple of times, but yes, everybody, the loot bag event is going on. If you get all of the loot bags, all 400, then you can qualify for a free mech of the light hero, medium hero, heavy hero, and an assault hero. 12 rare. Let's see if we get anything good out of the rare ones. FRR, Dreamcatcher cockpit item. Pretty sure I have that one already. Lump of Coal cockpit item. Liao Dreamcatcher. Merrick Banner. Diner Dreamcatcher. Hirita Dreamcatcher. Free Russell Hague Public Banner cockpit item. Gazelle Dropship. I have like 30 of those. Merrick Dreamcatcher. Sparkling Wine Bottle cockpit item. I know I have those. Davian Dreamcatcher. And finally, the Liao Banner cockpit item. Alright guys, there are 2 ultra rare. Let's find out. Gift boxes cockpit item, 400 MC. That's a common reward on those. The 12th Vegan Rangers decal. And the last one. An engine, Free Russell Republic cockpit item, Liao Mug cockpit item, and 1,000,000 C-bills. And that's it, guys. That was the supply caches. We'll start those again once I have 100. All right, Bear, pass and lead back to you. The Cicada X5. Its missile range plus 50% quirk is hilarious with MRMs firing at 125 meters. Dear God, that might be fun. I'm not a huge medium range missile fan, but that might be fun. All right, let's get back to the remembrance. The lore master tolled the bell and kept it tolling until the tumult floundered and quiet returned. Sniping people with it.
The rule is clear. He died a warrior. He shall be remembered as a warrior. One among many. This is the rede of the lore master.
There was a pause, then a wave of grumbling and a few exclamations of satisfaction. But there were no objections.
Selah,
the lore master intoned. Selah, the sloppy chorus of the assembly echoed. The dispersing crowd was much noisier than it had been when arriving. Dragoon jostled Dragoon in the exodus, and Deshawn was cut off from Jeanette by a squat tanker who seemed in no hurry. Jeanette didn't seem to notice and pushed on ahead. He was sure she would be waiting for him outside, so he resigned himself to the slower pace. Soon enough, he'd be out, and they could go elsewhere. Outside the hall, a fist fight broke out and stalled the crowd. Deshawn leaned against the doorway, at once amused and irritated. Dragoon unity on display. Waiting on Dragoons seemed to be his life's work.
You seem to have been forgotten, Deshawn Frazier.
Deshawn turned to look at the speaker, a sandy-haired giant of a man. Neither the face nor the deep voice were familiar to him, but the dress uniform bore a nameplate that gave him the giant's name. What would you know about it, Major Elson?
I was an adoptee, too.
But now we're just one of the big happy family.
I talk with many of the others who were not part of the circle of old-timers and sycophants surrounding Wolf. Some of them have told me you were once a rising star with the Dragoons. Some even said you had the makings of a colonel, and that you might one day have commanded the Dragoons. But that was before Wolf sent you away. Many people say he will not give an outsider due reward.
Yeah, well, whatever prospects I had, they're gone now.
Look around you, Frazier. Not everyone cares for the way some officers take rank and make it privilege. The Dragoons are changing.
That was obvious, but Deshawn didn't understand what this man was making of it. Maybe he'd been away too long to know the currents within the Dragoons, but he'd lived the Kiridan life long enough to know better than to commit himself to a stranger. What are you suggesting?
I suggest nothing. I merely point out the obvious.
Obvious to you, maybe.
I was told you were a perceptive man. You know what the old Dragoons did to your life. Look around you. See where things stand. Then remember what you heard tonight.
And what does that mean? If the man was annoyed by Deshawn's stupid act, he didn't show it. His tone remained calm. His voice stayed pitched to carry no further than the two of them. He smiled a friendly, almost conspiratorial smile. True dragoons welcome and honor true warriors. Look, Major, I'm in no mood for platitudes. I am sorry to disturb you, then, Elson said with a dip of his head. I will be about my business and no longer impose upon you. I wish you well, Deshaun Frazier.
Sensors online. Weapons online.
Here we go.
Systems
Override engaged.
engaged.
With pleasure. Also, love target focus fine. Pick those together for safety. That's a good one.
Fuel at 0%.
That was too fast. No, sorry. I've been having a shot of whiskey every time we've been, and so things are getting kind of blurry right now. But I'm still good. Target.
Light mech, Charlie 5.
Target Bravo, Echo 4. It's a Timberwolves. Watch out. SRM and some other shit.
That guy sounds German to me. Does he sound German to you, T?
He sounds drunk to me.
Stick together and let him come to us. Kind of works most of the time.
New target acquired.
Can you locate the missile boats? Target Echo Catapult, Ultra AC2, Light PPC.
New target acquired.
With it. Target Foxtrot, Snap S 4.
Well, that went badly.
Target Go is
A lot of heavy medium lasers on that frickin' Arctic Cheetah.
Go for India. Executioner. Center Torso is wide open. Excellent work there. Keep on
Are you over in Charlie 4?
I am.
We got a UV above Echo
Okay.
4. No, sorry, Echo 3. You can hit it good. Cyclops got an open source, by the way.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Critical.
Target spotted.
You cool down for a second.
Have a good one.
Target acquired. Heat level critical.
Target spotted.
Delta's legged.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. Target destroyed. Heat level critical.
far away. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot what mech I'm in.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
There are 2 of them left.
Yeah, I'm trying to get up here where I can let them have it with my missiles, but it looks like I won't make it.
We won. Good game. Storytime Live. Twitch TV/SirArminius. Und YouTube /@SirArminius. 524 damage.
Equal sign.
No killing blows, but it was okay. Hey, Dropkick Rick. Howdy. Oop. Howdy. Alright. Let's do a different mech. How about... Let's see... He's broke. He's broken. Why you break him so badly? Let's try the Cyclops. The big man vanished surprisingly quickly into the crowd that was finally breaking up. Jeanette called to Deshawn, and he headed in her direction. Clearly, she had seen the man. Who was that? Deshawn found himself surprisingly reluctant to talk about what the old man had said. Somebody who thought he knew me. I didn't know you knew any elementals. I don't.
Green board.
But maybe I will someday. Jeanette wrinkled her brow at his obliqueness. She laughed in an attempt to change his mood. But we don't need to play soldier tonight. That duty's done. I promised we'd have the night alone after the remembrance. And so I am at your command. What do you want to do? I think I just want to go home. Chapter 36. Stanford Blake blew into Colonel Wolf's office like a whirlwind. I was glad to see him, and hoped he would shake the colonel out of the strange lethargy he had fallen into since learning of the death of his son. Blake was still in field uniform, which was worn and stained from the training maneuvers he had been conducting when I'd contacted him. I'd been worried he would dress me down for not going through channels, but when he'd heard what I had to say, he had promised to come at once. He'd been as good as his word. The colonel looked surprised to see his intelligence chief burst through the door. Maybe it was because we were in the middle of an intel briefing that he took it in stride, but I had my doubts. Jamie Wolf had been taking everything with a laconic indifference of late. "You're a little early, aren't you, Stan?" Blake started to say something, but caught himself when he realized the colonel was not alone. Glancing at Captain Svados, Blake's intel second, he said, "Janie, you better go watch the store." She nodded briskly.
I have the crown.
He stood, slapping his bush hat against his thigh, until she left. I started to follow, but Stan restrained me. Just shut the door, Brian. Then run a bugging check. But this is... just do it. I did. Stan appropriated a seat and waited silently until I was done. The colonel humored him and waited as well. The scanners reported no active devices, and I told him so. His response was, "Now run a comprehensive check and match it against the last set in your personal comm set." Colonel Wolf lost interest as I followed Stan's orders. He called the morning sit-reps up on his screen and stared at them with more interest than he had shown when we were reviewing them. Still, I wondered if he was only feigning interest. Just as I started the tertiary checks, he spoke. "Stan?" "Soon enough, Jamie." There was silence while I finished checking. When I reported everything was normal, the colonel said, "All right, Stan. Now maybe you'll tell me what this is all about." "Maybe you'll tell me," Stan shot back.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal. Override.
Override engaged.
Capture and hold the resource point. Stop any hostiles that get in your way.
Oh. Yeah, we're in assault next. Like, we're gonna go run to the spots and be there in a second.
Oh, sure. Here I ran in my spider for a while. The moment I'm out of my spider, you get me into a conquest.
I get you in a conquest?
Yes, it was you. 100% you. You have the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. She tanks. I feel all fuzzy inside.
That's just the alcohol. Don't worry about that. Do you want to build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I never see you anymore. Come out the door. It's like you've gone away. We used to eat the bunnies, but now we don't. I wish you would tell me why.
We have Gamma.
And we're
Here I
capturing
am at
Theta.
Gamma. And I'm at Gamma,
Sorry.
all by my lonesome.
All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself.
So do we head towards
Anymore.
Epsilon?
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Where I'm headed.
Yeah, I'm working my way that way to it.
New target.
A blister.
Oh no, those guys
6
those
KP.
guys fired at me and did all of like no damage.
I think we're gonna have to rain missiles on
I'll
him.
grab
Epsilon. We're on it.
And we probably just want to hold the hill F7, F8. Take out their big stuff
New target
as a team.
acquired.
Echo 6 looks to be the hot spot.
Oh no, they hit me again. And did no damage.
They did damage to the other guy.
Push into Echo 7. Start shooting Charlie.
I need to get within range. My range is only 787 with these thunderbolts.
Okay, well, I got 1375. I can reach out and I just need to get where I can get to him.
Shoot India. It's easy pickings if we go as a team. Come help me out. No sense in hiding behind that wall. There's nothing to shoot you. Just come kill India.
Acquired. New target acquired.
Keep it up. The enemy is at 25%. Target spotted. Need assistance.
That guy's not feeling good.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Charlie's next. Or Indigo.
Help me out here.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Target acquired. Heat level critical.
Pressure on. We have the caps.
Target acquired.
Somebody get that down that UAV that was above Echo 6.
We already got it.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. We've captured resource point Sigma. Halfway to victory.
Target. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Shut down. Target destroyed.
Target spotted. Almost there.
So my kill.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target.
One guy left.
Target destroyed.
We win!
Good game, y'all. Good game.
It's a decent fight, but they did not do well at keeping the caps once the caps started to swing.
Yep.
One killing blow, 3 KMDDs, 852. Look at you, Bear, with your 534.
Yeah, it's better than poking the eye with a sharp stick.
Just about anything is better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
I need to take my medication. My shake, rattle, and roll medication. Who loves you, baby?
Shake, rattle, and roll, everybody. Shake, rattle, and roll. Yeah. All right. How about a different mech?
Yeah, someone's gonna have to go down. I'm already in the light, so
I'll go down.
No, I'm dropping weight anyway, so we're good. Thunderbolts. Thunderbolt. So Thunderbolts, I like them on some mechs. Overall, I think I would say that I like Worms better on most, but some it does work with the Thunderbolts. They're very susceptible to AMS though, so you got to be careful with that. Darthak, thank you so much for or Darth AK, I don't know. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Because like a Thunderbolt 5 is one missile, it's very susceptible to AMS, but it's pretty good for direct fire. There is technically no minimum range, kind of like Clan Lerms are, which is nice. they do less damage once you get within a certain range, but still. All right, back to some story time. The Colonel frowned.
Not the way it works, Stan. Start with why you chased Captain Svatos out of here. If this is business, your second's gotta need to know.
Okay.
Okay.
When did you start keeping secrets from her? Since she started keeping secrets from me,
Stan replied, confirming what I'd feared. Colonel Wolf's frown deepened.
What are you talking about?
It's what I've been trying to tell you, Colonel, I blurted out. I almost lost my courage when he turned his eyes on me. Someone's been falsifying communiques.
That's a dangerous accusation, Brian.
I know, Colonel. That's why I've been trying to lock things down, but I haven't been able to. I see logs that say messages and orders have been sent, and others that report them as received. But I hear people saying they never got them. We're arguing over just what the content was. It's why I contacted Colonel Blake. I thought he might have an explanation. Stan took up the argument.
Jamie,
I didn't even know you were back on outreach until Brian punched a call through on the emergency net. And don't put him on report for misuse of the net. I think he has good cause. If he hadn't done it, things might be a lot worse. Svatos reported you still incommunicado in deep space.
Incommunicado?
The Colonel echoed in a puzzled voice.
As per your orders,
Stan added. Jamie Wolf cupped his chin in his left hand.
I never sent those orders.
Damn. Stan slammed his hat back onto the floor.
It is worse than we thought.
Jamie, you should never have gone chasing that feud. Stan's outburst was cut off by a rap on the door. I don't know what I expected to see as Stan and I turned to see the door open, but it wasn't Colonel Carmody. The white-haired old man looked briefly surprised to see Stan, but he made no comment. He just said what he had come to say to the wolf.
It's time, Colonel. I'll be there in a minute, Jason.
Carmody nodded and closed the door. What's going on, Jamie? Stan said, voicing my own question.
A council meeting,
the Colonel said quietly. That was news to me, and I was supposed to know the Colonel's whereabouts at any given time. It wasn't on your schedule. Why wasn't I informed? Stan asked at the same time. The Colonel looked at each of us in turn.
I thought you were, Stan. I'm sorry. Brian, I forgot to tell you.
You forgot?
Stan, back off. I'm tired, and I don't need a lot of grief. I forgot. You'll just have to forgive me for being human.
Stan wasn't buying.
Unity, Jamie. What in Kerensky's name do you think you're doing?
Why don't you just sell the mechs for scrap and turn everybody out?
I'm trying to hold the Dragoons together.
This meeting is about naming a second in command, Stan said. There was suspicion in his voice, and I began to see what was happening.
That's right,
the Colonel said.
I was planning to appoint Kelly Yukhanov. He's done a good job with Alpha Regiment.
Scuttlebutt says Alpin is expecting to be named your second, I said. The Colonel shook his head. His voice was heavy, freighted with what I took to be regret.
No, he's not ready now, if he'll ever be.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
That's how you know a good loadout.
Watch you get hit by flamers.
Just the one spiteful piranha running just like 16 flamers.
I thought it'd be a little early in the night for the drunk Australians.
I think our Stone Rhino was actually outrunning me.
So did you have a hangover this morning, Vega?
Not really.
Did you want one?
No.
Target spotted. Affirmative.
Oh shit.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Ooh, nice UAV.
Target acquired.
Yeah, they got a nice grouping over there too. We need to do the same as they are. They're gonna roll you guys.
Perfect for an airstrike, eh? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
Yeah, like the one I just dropped.
Target spotted.
You boys in B3, could you push in? Or get their asses, one of the two. We are not gonna hold them.
Target spotted. Affirmative. Target spotted. New target acquired. Target spotted. Target spotted.
They're pushing hard in that trench.
Need assistance.
I took fire from a Storm 3. Charlie, like Delta 3.
Fuck. Hold up on.
Target spotted. Acquired. Target destroyed.
I've got a stealth flight back in Bravo 3. I need somebody to come help with.
Marauder, Delta 4.
Bravo 3?
Got one put on
Yep.
Juliet, please. One's on Juliet.
Tagged.
Okay, give me a minute. Damn it. Get out of my way.
Well, that was smart, Jenna.
He's moved. I'm not sure to where.
Target acquired.
What was it?
I don't know. Stealth light.
Ah, okay.
Artillery strike activated. New target acquired. Target spotted.
Dave just went on the throwing 3 stealth focus of fleet.
Target spotted.
We got the masses pushing, guys. We got the forces. We're roll them.
3 of them. There's a lance of them down here in the trench.
Target spotted.
Yeah, they got me.
Target spotted. New target acquired.
There's a javelin and it's a stealth fleet. It's gonna be right in front of you. Just down.
Affirmative.
Pounding
The
on
whole
that
laughing
fleet.
bear might have
That's
got
where
it.
we want it.
At least one of them.
Target spotted.
I got one of them.
Yeah,
Roll 'em,
there's...
roll 'em.
Yeah, we've got this. Easy too.
Circle is clear.
2 stealth Bravo 3.
Spotted.
Nice shooting.
Juliet, Marauder is still alive, and I'm sick of him.
Call targets.
Spotted.
It's over in Delta
Alright,
4.
you and me. Let's go, Marauder.
Well, I'm surprised that Ozzy hadn't said the word cut yet.
Perish!
Target spotted.
They're outside the circle, whoever they are.
Fuel at 0%.
They're both 99 units.
Gas ammo at 25%. Target spotted.
Dang, Arminius, how much have you been drinking?
None. Why? Matt, you know how hard it is to fucking hit lights with Goss?
I know, because your arms were unlocked.
My arms are supposed to be unlocked.
That's why I was asking how much you had to drink, because I was like, normally you're better at...
Like hitting the lights, especially if they're decent light pilots, is a bitch.
Oh, no, I totally agree. I mean, it is.
2 killing blows,
just
5 kills, plus
watching-
1
I've been watching you
KMD,
long enough.
273 damage.
I appreciate that. Yeah, they're peanut butters who did almost no damage. But they were annoying.
Yes, they were.
I think I'll switch over to Barney.
I know, Rick, I hit that one multiple times, and he just didn't go down.
I love you, you love me.
All right.
We're a great big family.
Stan sighed, then wet his lips. He was nervous, and I didn't blame him. Jamie, Alpin's been running with the Clanner faction. They've been touting him as your successor. Alpin? He's no leader of men. You've been a little out of touch. People change. He seems to have put together a coalition. You're blowing things out of proportion, Stan. The Clanners don't like the idea of a family succession. Alpin couldn't convince them otherwise. Then maybe you should put him in. The Clanners will have to shut up. Once he screws up, you'll have grounds to replace him. Good guy, and thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. All right, reading during Search Warrior. Once he screws up, you'll have grounds to replace him. And in the meantime, there will be time for some of the integration programs to do their work. We can't afford botch-ups like the cash mission. Stan realized his slip when the colonel stiffened. I'm sorry, Jamie. I didn't mean that how it sounded. It's just that things haven't worked out the way we hoped. There's still too much friction within the Dragoons. Jamie Wolf's flare of emotion faded as quickly as it had come. The energy had fled, and he spoke like a tired old man. It's all right, Stan. It'll all work out. Yukhanov is a good commander, and he's done a good job with Alpha. Give it a year or so, and then, well, who knows? The colonel stood. The council is waiting. We walked down the hall to the meeting room. The council was made up of the commanders of each of the Dragoons' active regiments and the heads of the various commands and operational areas. There were 13 members, 14 including the colonel as the head of the council. Most were present and, except for the colonel and Stan, all had brought their 2 permitted aides. By tradition, one aide was allowed at the table with the council member, while the other sat or stood around the edges of the room. I took my place at the colonel's side. Stan sat alone next to me. His mouth quirked up in irritation, and I looked across the table to see Alpin Wolf seated next to Neil Perella of Gamma Regiment.
Shit, man.
Yeah, OP stuff, I know, but...
Someone... These guys have to... You guys gotta start shooting people.
Oh, I knew it was on your end.
Charlie, let's head to Delta 7, keep an eye on Echo 7.
Target acquired.
Horsey Tiger order. Horsey.
New target acquired. Artillery strike on.
Yeah, I got one up in the sniper spot. Golf 6. Be aware.
Yeah, looks like that Fox 7 needs to be watched.
Well, yeah, that's why they always come from. Shit.
That was a well-placed target. I don't know who did it, but
That was me.
Thank you.
Working his way up from the Valley of Death.
Airstrike inbound on their position.
You guys be over there.
Got cat box outside Gamma 4 inner quarter box.
I'm far away.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
He down.
New target acquired.
Charlie Lance, if we can gather up below Echo 7.
If you can hit Hotel with alarms, go ahead and do it. I'm watching him. I've got a target lock on him. He can't escape it. Just hit him. He's in the open.
Ah, fuck.
There it is.
New target acquired.
Yeah, Fox 6 is entirely clear if anyone wants to push in.
New target
In fact, if you can get over here to Fox 7, Fox 6 will have
Fucking
a flank on them.
guy up
They're on the other side of the ridge, all of them.
G6, man.
Yep. I'm down here just moving into Fox 6.
They're all pushing
Staying
in the
low.
Fox 4. They're all pushing in the Fox 4. If you guys wrap around now, you guys can get them in the back.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
New target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
I'm on a Mexican radio. I'm on a Mexican radio. Whoa, whoa.
Alpha 60.
There you go.
New target acquired.
They're rotating.
Torso critical damage. Major torso critical damage.
Oh, man.
Okay, there's an enemy in Golf 6. Not sure if he's up high.
He is. That's the sniper that's been hitting us for a while.
Yeah, it's running tank 30s.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
And I'm down too, sorry.
Target acquired. Right torso critical damage. New target acquired.
Wonder how come Jay is still alive as many times as you hit him.
I know, right? I only did 866 points of damage. You know, what are you going to do?
Well, seems like a lot more than that, but what do I know, right? I'm just an old man.
Yep.
Just an old man with no family. Putting up with young whippersnappers because they don't fucking care.
That's fun. GG's.
I think I need a weapon with bullets in it.
In real life or in the game? I just want to make sure I understand.
In the game.
Hey, Rush of Light. Good
In real
evening.
life. I have weapons, but I don't choose to play with them unless I absolutely have no other choice.
Not a bad option.
I don't.
Of the other field commanders, only Alicia Fancher of Beta Regiment was present. Well, nice, that was a nice match. Hanson Brubaker of the Contract Command leaned across his aide, deep in conversation with Gerald Kearney, the Blackwell Corporation representative, who was a non-voting member of the council. Jason Carmody was sitting bolt upright in his seat. The Outreach Commander looked as though he didn't want to be present. I sympathized, but at least he had known this was coming. Next around the table from him were Chan, Nikich, and Grazier, Battle Mech Infantry and Armored Operations heads. The last council member present was Hamilton Atwile, head of the Aerospace Command. Stan whispered to me, "Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Epsilon's on planet, and Nicole's a strong supporter. When she gets here, we'll have the numbers." I wished he had let me in on his suspicions. I knew where Alpin stood. Perella was an open clan idolater. And, oh, sorry. Readied. And Carmody and Atwile were staunch supporters of the Colonel. But I didn't know the politics of the others. How could I help if I didn't know who was safe? So this is after the clan invasion, when the clan is required to kind of hold their line for the 15 years. And this is a look into the Wolf's Dragoons as a unit, basically in the aftermath of a lot of this stuff. The chamber door opened, and Major Elson walked in with a quartet of junior officers, mostly infantrymen. "What are you doing here, Elson?" Stan demanded. "I stand for Epsilon," Elson said, drawing himself to attention. "Colonel Nicole and most of the command are down with an intestinal bug. It seems to have been something in the officers' mess. As I am the senior officer unaffected, Dragoon's policy requires that I stand in for the commanding officer to fulfill all duties and responsibilities." Stan frowned, then gave the colonel a sharp glance when Wolf invited Elson to take a place at the table. Elson motioned his allowed aide to the table, but he didn't sit. Instead, he walked around the circumference and held out a flimsy to the colonel. "Colonel Wolf, I was given this communique on the way in." The Wolf read what Elson offered, then passed it to me. I announced the contents. "Colonel Yukonov's dropship has developed a drive malfunction. He is still in orbit." "We will have to begin without him," Fancher said. "Now we are in trouble," Stan whispered to me. Elson took his seat, and the colonel called the meeting to order.
There's been a lot of pressure from certain quarters, he began. I understand your concerns, and I share them. We really need to pull together, and I'm hoping you will all stand behind my choice of second in command.
Me.
Come on, Jamie. Get on. Let's get on with it. I've got to live for a contract this evening. Perella said, Name your choice so we can get on with the arguments.
All systems nominal.
This is Clan Command. Get to the target.
Override engaged.
Cut down any enemies that get in the way. Thanks.
It's been a while since I've been in this mech. But when I said I wanted bullets, disqualifies.
What do you got on that thing?
3 AC2s and 3 rotary 2s.
There are no bullets on that thing. I thought you were going to put bullets on there.
Okay, so they're BBs.
Hey, BB.
Little bitty BBs. Hey, boo-boo. Boo-boo buddy.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Artillery strike online. Target acquired.
Can I get that UAV? I can't hit it. Let's pop Delta 3.
It's down.
Cool. Is it down to party or?
Artillery strike online.
It got down to boogie.
New target.
They're pushing the top.
Yes, they are.
Destroyed. New target acquired.
That dire
Target
wolf is
destroyed.
now dead because of that.
I've got left is my rotaries. I'm surprised I'm still alive though.
New target.
But I'm not sticking my head over there just yet. Wait for them to come to me.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired.
Sorry. Target spotted.
I tried to get them
New
all, but
target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
oh, I almost shot you.
New target acquired.
Sorry.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
I think it's time for me to come out.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Target destroyed.
So far, I'm still at 100%.
Not me.
I don't do it a lot, Rush of Light, but I felt like I just wanted to on this one. I get in there and mix it up a lot more.
Target destroyed.
I mean, even though this is, clearly a sniper mech, I get in there and brawl the hell out of it with this thing a lot of the time. But they didn't even, notice me up there. So, I figured I'd just keep on going. 0 killing blows, 8 kill assists, 1 KMD, 544 damage done, 0 taken.
3 killing blows, 7 kill assists, 1 solo, 1 KMDD, 384. I should have done better, but that Night Mech, whatever they call them, Black Knight Mech, pushed over and took out one of my arms.
All right, let's swap it out. What do we got for weight?
I'm just wondering how you guys got capture time, but I didn't. But I never left the circle.
I don't know.
Now
Maybe every moment you were in the circle, somebody was in the circle, and I got into the circle.
Not a second.
I know. I walked into the circle at the very end when there was nobody left in there. Yeah, Rush of Light. It's a good reminder to everybody. I know I mentioned it earlier, but make sure that for those of you guys who don't remember, there is the loot bag event going on, which is why the title of the stream today is Loot Bags. Who needs loot bags? I do. So we have the loot bag event that is going on at the moment. If you get up to your 200 loot bags on the first part of the event, you'll get your light and your medium mech. If you get up to a total of 400 loot bags, you'll also be able to get the heavy and the assault mechs. In case anybody doesn't remember where to go and look at them, give me just a second, I'll ready up. Come down here to the sum sign down here on the bottom of your screen. And you can go in and look at any of the active events. You can see where you're at. So, for example, the beach party event, I am at 21,467 match score out of 30,000. Oh yeah, PGI is fantastic about giving away stuff on this. I don't know yet, Jeff. I've got a lot of the hero mechs already, so I have to decide which ones I want to get that I don't have already. But I'll be taking a look later. For those of you guys who have followed the stream for a while, I never open any of this stuff until I have all of it. So once I have all 400 loot bags, we'll go have an unboxing event for the loot bags, and I'll get the mechs and the GSP and the whatever else is coming in there. Just like anybody who's been with me for a little while tonight knows, I hit my 100 supply caches, and so we opened those tonight too. All right, how about a Hellbringer? Because I like to get them all added up before I go forward. All right. Other voices around the table echo the sentiment. It was a sign of the confusion the Dragoons had sunk into that some of those voices belonged to aides rather than council members. I mean, I have some. I don't have all of them by any stretch of the imagination, Jeff. Like I said, I just had to decide what I don't have that I may want. The colonel held up a hand for silence. When he got it, he said, "I name Kelly Yukhanov as second. Considering the current situation, I expect he will turn over command of Alpha to his second and assume a position on my immediate command staff. After the earlier reaction, I'd been expecting an outburst. No one said anything for a few moments. Then Fancher stood up. You deny Alpin? The colonel looked down at the table. I must. Elson spoke. You break your own rules, just as you broke the clan's. Atwhill's head snapped around and his face contorted. You shut up! I cannot. I am too concerned. Though I am not a medtech, I have eyes. What I see tells me that I must speak, even though others fear to say what they must know in their hearts. Jamie Wolf acts the part of a senile man. He withdraws from his responsibilities, letting others carry his burden. He will not relinquish his control over the Dragoons. Yet he will not let the younger generation have its due. He is dangerous to all of us. I was shocked that the colonel said nothing in his own defense. He's your commander, Elson, Nikich pointed out. Elson ignored him. The council can act. Censure is an option. Not gonna happen, Clanner, Atwill said. You can't get Jamie voted out. Perhaps not, Elson said. His confidence suggested he didn't necessarily believe Atwill was correct. But we can challenge, Alpin said, looking to Elson like a trained dog checking to see if he'd performed his trick correctly. Rick, pretty much any of them. You'll lose, Alpin. But I won't. Elson stood and faced the colonel. Jamie Wolf, colonel, and too long the leader of Wolf's Dragoons. I call you unfit. You are old and have held your position beyond your time. Acknowledge your failing abilities. Acknowledge the truth and step down. Still, Jamie Wolf maintained his silent stare at the table. Jamie won't step down for you, Stan answered for the colonel. Then before this council, I challenged Jamie Wolf to a trial of position. Elson stared at the colonel. I will defeat you. This isn't permitted, Atwill shouted. It is, Perella yelled back. The council can sanction anyone's challenge. Only if the majority agree, Atwill shot back. Fancher slammed her fist in the table. I call the vote. The council head must call for all votes. His voice was bleak, as if he expected to be overridden. Override engaged.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't forget to push the O this time.
Oh, I've been pushing it.
Thought it was part of the nominal setup.
If only it was a setting that we could set forever.
Well,
Yes, sovereign's
except it's not
good.
domination, but yeah.
Which hero is the sovereign again?
The execution that I got, I like it. Someone was asking a question.
See, I'm not a huge Merm fan, but
Like it's a different speed than the others.
It is kind of slow. You can't, I don't think you can tweak it to speed it up.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
You want to play that game? I can play that game.
yeah, they are fine for farming damage, but
New target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
Ow. Fuck.
Target spotted.
Right, everyone chasing the squirrels.
Target spotted.
You mean that legged squirrel? Squirrel.
There was literally only two of them over there.
I know.
And the bulk of the enemy is centered to,
Charlie again.
Delta line.
Triple that javelin somewhere around.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical. Target destroyed. Heat level critical.
Enemy forces at 75%.
See, I came over this way, but only to get good shots.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I don't think you want to do that again.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical. New target acquired. Heat level critical.
Target spotted.
This thing has so many freaking lasers. It's hot as hell, but just rips through some people.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Left torso critical damage. Heat sink destroyed. Left torso destroyed. Left arm destroyed. Right arm critical damage. Center torso critical damage. ER live laser destroyed.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
See, and that's another one that, how that guy just sat there and accepted all of the crap I threw at him, who knows, but,
5%.
Stone Rhino Kolos might
Target destroyed.
Kolos might be a fun one.
New target acquired.
I mean, I've got most of the Stone Rhinos, but I don't think I have that one.
I don't have all of them
The
either.
real question is, are these
destroyed.
Thunderbolt missiles good? I don't believe them.
Target destroyed.
Bask in the glory of your triumph.
Yeah, I mean, when it's time to actually get them all, so once I get the 400 loot bags and everything done, I'll actually go in there and kind of take a look at them and see where we should go. Or where I should go.
No.
All right, new mech. Topic. You have a couple of Hellbringer primes. You know what, how about the Ebon Jack? Readied up?
I'm working on it.
Personal interest. No, I was just letting you know that I was. Because I'm going back to reading. Personal interest disqualifies the council head. Fancher smiled coldly at Carmody. As outreach commander, you must call the roll at any member's request. And I so request. Carmody cast an imploring look at the colonel, but got no support. The wolf seemed turned inward on himself, uncaring. Reluctantly, Carmody asked each of the council members whether they would allow the challenge. Even though both Jamie Wolf and Elson were ineligible to vote, their presence meant the council had enough members to enforce the ruling. Challenge was a part of clan life, and I suspected several council members felt they had to allow it, even though they might prefer a less martial solution. Too many votes favored the challenge. With no one left to poll, Carmody quietly said, "My vote means nothing to the count, but let the record show I find the challenge inappropriate. The council allows the challenge by a margin of 6-4. "It is settled," Elson said. "We shall fight, Jamie Wolf." At last, the colonel looked up. "That does seem to be the way of it." Elson grinned. "It must be. If you refuse the trial, you lose. Your position is forfeited." "I've lost that already," Jamie Wolf said in a barely audible voice. "But even if you win the fight, Elson, you can't take over the Dragoons." Stan said, "You should have studied better. If you win, the council cannot sanction you as the leader of the Dragoons. You don't have enough time in uniform." "I am aware of that, Colonel Blake. But have no fear, for I have studied well. The challenger need not take the position he challenges for, if he has a sponsor. That is, I believe, one of the improvements your Freeborn Council has made to the clan way." Elson swept the table with his eyes. "I perform this challenge in the name of Alpen Wolf. He is of the leader's bloodline, and therefore qualified to replace him by your rules. Alpen shall lead the Dragoons when I win." "You're a fool," Colonel Wolf said quietly. His grandson Alpen rewarded his comment with a glare of naked hatred. Elson shrugged off the remark. "I am a survivor, Jamie Wolf. Soon, your opinions will no longer matter. You have a decision to make which you cannot ignore. How the trial shall be fought. You will, of course, choose to fight Augmented." "No, I think not." "Jamie!" Those who had stood by Colonel Wolf were shocked and incredulous. Fighting Elson unaugmented would be suicide. I suddenly feared death was exactly what the colonel was seeking. Since he had learned of Mackenzie's death, fire had left him. Among the clans, old warriors gladly accepted any chance to die in combat. Did Jamie Wolf see this as his opportunity? The colonel slowly pushed his chair away from the table, then stood. "But I reserve the right to have a champion." Elson smiled confidently. "Then name him, for mine is the right to choose the time and place of the trial. I select now for the time, this chamber for the place. Draw the circle of equals."
Override engaged.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that one.
Join us next week for the same bat channel, the same bat time.
This is from Clan Wolf. So originally Wolf's Dragoons were spies from the clans, Clan Wolf in specific. sent in to, learn about the Inner Sphere. And then when the clans decided to invade, they chose to side with the Inner Sphere. And so Wolf's Dragoons is was originally a clan unit, but now they are, Inner Sphere mercenaries.
They were told to side with the Inner Sphere by one of the Wolf Khans, I believe.
I don't know about that. Not that I've seen. I mean, I think they made the choice to join.
And a kit box off to our left, Echo 5. Kit box 1 ATMs.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Got an Atlas coming behind us into Delta 5.
Looks like we're flanking us.
Target destroyed. New target
Looks like only half of the enemy is remained.
New target acquired.
Aw, did I take out your torso?
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target acquired.
Spotted.
They've got one in E4, one in D4, D3.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
I forgot there was no ramp over here.
How come he's still alive?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Because you're not the only one shooting at him.
And I'm shooting at him with hacks. He's a fucking adder, for God's sake. I mean, I don't know how he stood up to as much as I put into him. That should not have been that.
You had the other two guys also shooting at him.
I know. Well, 773 done, 3 KMDDs.
I got 9 kill assists, 1 KMDD, and the green arrow, so I can't complain about that.
So this is technically Rush of Light after the 4th Succession War. Chapter 37. I will be the wolf's champion. Elson turned his head to see the challenger. It was Piter Shad. Face full of grim determination, the young pup stepped away from the wall and strode up beside Wolf. He glared at Elson over Wolf's head. If he will have me. Wolf turned his head and looked up at Shad. This is not a Sibco trial, Piter. Blake joined them. Since you've accepted, you'd better let the boy fight, Jamie. He's got a better chance of beating that monster than you do. It will be better if I do this myself. Unity. Maybe you are going senile. Elson's a trained elemental. Clan trained. He'll tear you apart. Let Cameron fight. Or let Shad fight, Cameron advised. Other oldsters joined in, arguing that Wolf could not best Elson. Carmody suggested delaying the trial to let Wolf find an even better champion, but Fancher quashed that proposal by pointing out that a delay would be a significant loss of honor. At which point Shad said, You must let me fight him for your colonel. I have the best chance of defeating him. This isn't what I wanted, Wolf objected. He's your best chance, Jamie, Carmody insisted. Wolf folded his arms and hung his head, considering his options. He looked at Shad. I'm sure you can fight well, Piter. I don't want you to die here. I won't, sir. I will win for you. Listen to me, boy. This isn't worth your life. I will beat him. Wolf gave Shad a smile, but it was a sad, weak thing. You have already lost. Elson's men moved forward to clear the center of the room of tables and chairs. He stripped off his weapons belt and his uniform jacket. Shad did the same, while Carmody whispered urgently in the boy's ear. Elson almost smiled. The old man thought he knew some tricks that would help Shad. He was mistaken. This was not the time for learning. The circle was where you proved what you already knew. There was no time for anything else. Yeah, Grim Harbinger. Basically, the Wolf Civil War. The Dragoons formed a ring around the space. Elson stepped into the circle, but stayed near the edge. Shad stepped into the open space on the opposite side. There was no need for announcements or a rehashing of the rules. They began. For almost a minute, there was no combat. The two men circled, each watching the other for the slip that would offer an opening. Impatient, Shad charged. He and the elemental traded blows and battered at each other's guard. There would be bruises, but nothing significant was achieved in the first flurry, or the next. Elson moved in with a standard pattern designed to lift his opponent's ward into the high line, preparatory to an attack along the low line. Shad flowed with the assault. He was well trained, and his response to the shift in the pattern was fast, but it was also textbook standard. Paladinaries, thank you for the reminder. Elson let him take the next attack and shifted pattern again as a test. Shad responded as before. Elson closed in to test his strength against the boys. He broke away, having learned what he needed to know. Shad was a little faster than Elson, but he was unable to use his bulk to its maximum effectiveness. The boy was good, and showed the potential for developing into a truly formidable hand-to-hand fighter in time. He would not have that time. No, I have not.
Online.
Why didn't it give me my message? I'm gonna have to look. Because that should have made something play for us. Wonder if this... That one worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it won't let me do it again. Huh, I don't know why that didn't play my... Oh, you know what? If you put that up while the book was still up, that's why it wouldn't have. That might be it. But yes, thank you for the reminder. I will take my medicine and hydrate a little bit more right after this match.
I'm in the wrong mech for this. My range is only 310.
Yeah, with the canyons, you can get pretty close to people.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
They're all Echo 5.
Yes, yes they are.
I love it. That guy's firing LB-10s at me across the entire freaking map. Which do almost no damage compared to what I'm putting into him.
New target acquired.
Because my optimal range is 931.
New target acquired.
Wait for them to get a little bit closer before I do anything.
One pill makes... I mean, they can hit me, but they're not anywhere near optimal damage.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
That Crusader's got a shit ton of small lasers on him.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted.
Juliet up close.
Target spotted.
New
Target spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Center torso
Target
critical
spotted.
damage.
Thanks. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
War crimes.
Not a war crime the first time.
New targets acquired.
Or did somebody else actually type in their war crimes?
New target acquired.
Ah, shit. Stop falling down. Don't bring me down.
Target destroyed.
Bruce. Don't bring me down.
Target acquired.
Bruce. Don't bring me down.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Oof.
Wow. I don't think I did that much damage. No, only 162.
430 damage.
602. One too many, guys. I apologize.
It's too many.
One too many.
It's bad. Yeah, I don't know why they bunched up on that side and didn't.
I mean, basically, they were trying, to hold us with a counterclockwise push. But
No,
they just...
NASCAR did. We didn't.
Oh, yeah, we went the other way, didn't we?
Get rid of the cheat
Yeah,
code.
we went center. We didn't go around the outside. They went around the outside.
Center,
We went center, center left.
We went to the center,
Stopped them cold.
Casinos have AC. They do.
All right,
Like I
I'm
said,
readied up.
I was messing with front lines.
I think I'm gonna go to the theater, go to the movies tomorrow.
Go see Inside Out 2.
I want to see Inside Out 1 and 2. Befits what I've got going on with myself to have a look at my inner.
Yep.
My therapist suggested that I'd see it.
Yeah, I watched the first one. I mean, it's both fun and
I cannot say I've ever heard of Go Away Green. Hey, yeah, it's always a good idea. All right, let's see where we went. Elson closed, shifting for a high line roundhouse kick. Shad moved his right hand out to catch Elson's ankle and brought his left up in a move that would shatter Elson's leg if he resisted or tumble him if he did not. Elson didn't resist. Instead, he continued shifting his weight into the kick, going with the throw. His hand snapped out and grabbed Shad's ankle. Caught off guard, Shad was pulled off balance. Prepared, Elson flowed with the throw. Tucking tighter, he spun faster and pulled Shad down. The boy lost his grip on Elson, and the elemental took advantage by rolling away and to his feet. He spun and charged back. Override engaged. Override engaged. How about override engaged? Or you can come get it off my stream, which it's at before pretty much every single match. If you need to. Sir Arminius. I am. No, just as you get older, the streams get harder and harder to come. But that's just an age thing with guys. There is nobody on the 4 line. They're probably not. This is... Matt, what are you doing up on that plane? Yeah, their AMS is beating these things up. Oh, no, you can... I mean, the chat is there not just for me, but for you guys to be able to chat and stuff, too, so... That's what she said. Oh no, not the arms I have with nothing in them. And my dog Beagle? Head critically damaged, really? Yeah, 627. Yeah, Rush of Light. Ever since I have been a streamer, because I mean, obviously I have a day job, all of that stuff, as we go through it. So, so for those of you guys who don't know, I actually sit on the advisory board for Project New Hope. It is a military nonprofit, designed to help, active duty and veterans. In fact, if you're on my Twitch page, if you go down a little bit, there's a link there. You can click and go find out more about them. And, you know, they do a great job of helping in the local community, with food bank for veterans and retreat and all sorts of stuff free of charge. So the least I can do when the ads come in, or, you know, any subscriptions that come in or anything like that, is to donate some of it to Project New Hope, because really, frankly speaking, they do a great job, and you know, we want to make sure that we're supporting them. All right. Abruptly halting his charge, Elson lifted his foot for a downward stomp. Shad threw himself to one side, taking his head out of line. Elson slammed his foot down on his intended target. 3 of Shad's fingers snapped as Elson's hardened heel came down on his hand. The boy screamed with the sudden pain. Elson knew it was only a matter of time. He let Shad get to his feet before attacking again. Elson launched pattern after pattern that forced Shad to block with his injured hand or else take a more grievous hit. Each block shocked pain into Shad's expression. By the 5th pattern, Shad was slow. Elson's strike penetrated to the boy's body and cracked ribs. He was even slower after that. Elson moved closer, working harder against the boy's weak side. He got one in on Shad's hip, then another to his ribs. The boy's defenses crumbled. Elson placed a fist into Shad's solar plexus, doubling the boy over. A sharp elbow to the neck dropped him. Shad's chin cracked sharply on the floor, and blood spattered out onto Elson's feet. Seeing Shad was defeated, Elson took a moment to gather oxygen. The boy had no more strength, yet he struggled to rise, with a courage befitting a true warrior. To reward that valor, Elson aimed a kick to snap Shad's neck. The boy would die, as a warrior should, in combat. Yeah, I totally get it, Rush of Light. Appreciate your service. I too am a disabled vet, as is Laughing Bear here with me. So, we truly do, support our veterans and want to make sure that we're taking care of, veterans and the military.
Right on.
But Shad's strength had fallen farther than either combatant expected, betraying Elson's intent and Shad's determination. The boy slipped, and Elson's foot caught him on the shoulder, lifting him up before tumbling him backward. The kick became just another piece of punishment. Shad sprawled, groaning. Elson ground his teeth. The harmony of the circle was broken, the purity of the fight tarnished. He moved in, determined to finish it with a swift knife hand to Shad's throat. Stop! Elson didn't listen. Catcalls, shouts, even orders from outside the circle meant nothing. It was forbidden to violate the circle. Thus he was surprised to find the reedy Cameron stepping into his way. This fight's over, the comm officer said. His voice teetered on the edge of panic, but he screwed up his courage to stand before Elson. It was almost too bad that Cameron was siding with the oldsters. He had promise. But promise unfulfilled was nothing, and Cameron would never fulfill any promises if he did not get out of the way. No one. Not until one is dead. Shad groaned behind his valueless protector, and Elson wanted to end the duel before it became more of a farce. Killing Cameron would only complicate the issue. I will forget your violation of honor if you get out of my way now. No. Look at him. Cameron took half a step back and pointed. Elson looked. Shad's mangled hand stretched over the line of the circle. The tip of one finger touched the floor. He had broken the circle, escaping death at the cost of his honor. Selah, Elson said as he pivoted away from his opponent. Wolf would live, but it didn't matter. Wolf's champion was defeated, and the trial was won. Maybe it is more fitting this way, Elson thought. The abandonment of the honor road had culminated with the abandonment of honor. The dethronement of Wolf was not as clean as he had wished, but, he realized, It would probably make the next stages go more easily. For who would cling to a dishonored ex-commander? Cheers from his partisans rose around him.
Target acquired.
Override engaged.
Ow.
Artillery strike.
Yeah, they've got at least one Gauss sniper out there.
Yeah, he just one-shotted me in the chest.
Yeah, you're still at
tell me what he
98. You're still at 98%. You're fine.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
On the hills in Delta 3.
The hills are alive in Delta 3.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need to get in range for my missiles to actually be able to do anything.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, sure, I finally get a target, and there's freaking crap in the way.
New target acquired.
George.
Georgia of the jungle.
Well, that won't work.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Rush of Light. You know, so much changes for you, but nothing changes for other people.
Target acquired. Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Artillery strike online. New target acquired. Missile. Left arm destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
That dude is hella fresh.
New target acquired.
We going after Foxtrot? There, Vega?
Whatever goes up in my sights. I'll go sit on the base, but I don't know that would actually help at this moment.
Target destroyed.
I should, yeah, I was going to say I'd better have the KMDD on that one.
Target acquired.
Where'd that come from?
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Good kill, Bear.
Acquired.
One guy left. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So just catching up on your chat over there, Rush of Light. 944 damage is not too shabby. So when I came back, I found myself working 2 jobs simply for something to do. As I've told some people, you know, basically the people I knew from back home, my friends from back home, were in one of 2 categories. They were gone to college,
I'll be just a minute. Got to put some skill points on.
or gone to wherever they were gone to. They were not home anymore. They were gone. The friends that I had that were still around there still felt like they were in high school. Well, after you've been in the military, you grow up a lot. Being around people who, you know, are like you were in high school, nah, no good. And so, yeah, I ended up moving out of Washington State and moving to Massachusetts with one of my Army buddies. And I've been in New England ever since. I mean, he didn't stay out here that long, but, you know, it was a whole new environment, a whole new group of people. It was just different.
I'm gonna start the search and then use the bathroom real quick before.
Okay. You got to wait for Vega anyway.
Yeah, sorry, just putting some last skill points on this so I can
Well, you do that and I'll go to the bathroom then. I'll be right back.
And I'll read.
have this one finished.
Chapter 38. The news of the successful challenge to Jamie Wolf's supremacy was the talk of Harlech. The Dragoons all knew, and the mercenary groups and successor state representatives were beginning to get wind of it. As word spread, so did the controversy. Not everyone agreed that Elson's challenge and the subsequent appointment of Alpin as head of Wolf's Dragoons were legal. But Jamie Wolf made no public statements or appearances, having retired to his compound to the west of the city. He might have been in hiding, or mourning, or maybe he was just ashamed to show his face. Whatever the reason for his withdrawal, his silence sanctioned what had happened. Deshawn was confused, and the constant badgering from the various merc units courting him only made it worse. The news of Wolf's deposition should have been welcome, but instead he felt disturbed and unsettled. Restless and unable to sleep at night, he had taken to prowling the streets. Nights in Harlech weren't quiet. The locals said it hadn't always been that way. Except, of course, in the rowdy temp towns where the off-planet mercs hung out their shingles. Nightly celebrations or fights, or both, kept the townies awake late into the night. Deshawn didn't like what he was seeing. Maybe Elson was right. Maybe the Dragoons were changing. But what Deshawn saw was not all of the Dragoons. Several units were away on contract, including Alpha, the regiment in which he had served. he had a hard time imagining they would serve under an upstart. Unlike Beta Regiment, who was following the lead of its new commander, Colonel Fancher. Deshawn had heard she'd been dismissed, but somewhere along the line, Wolf had recalled her. His mistake. Deshawn had heard her speak on the news last night, saying she was solidly behind Alpin. Deshawn's wanderings took him this night to the park across from the general headquarters. Wolf Hall, they called it. Would it soon be Alpin Hall? Or did the young upstart's ego not extend that far? The moon cast a fitful light between the fast-moving clouds. Shadows danced across the squat outbuildings and up the sides of the tall towers, whence they leaped off into oblivion like the mythical lemmings. Whatever the machinations in the command structure, Dragoon's business went on. Lights burned in several offices. Even with Jamie Wolf no longer in charge, somewhere Wolf's Dragoons were on duty, and they needed staff support. That meant here, someone was listening. Maybe things weren't so bad after all. Maybe different was all right.
Karma brings us together again.
Spinning away from where he had stood, Deshawn threw himself into the shadow of the wall and drew his sidearm. He couldn't see the speaker at first, but he could hear him panting as if he had been running. The man's dark uniform blended with the shadows, making it hard to see him, though Deshawn knew he was there. Soon, the light blob that was his face became clear. Two smaller blobs, hands held out and open, were clear as well. There seemed to be no danger, however, and Deshawn straightened from his crouch, holstering his weapon as he did. Mishi?
I would wish you a good evening, but I doubt it will be one, Deshawn-san.
We don't speak for years, and then you start with a riddle?
I am sorry, Deshawn-san. I would not have intruded on your life if it were not important. The plans are made. They will kill him soon.
What are you talking about?
Jamie Wolf will not see the sunrise.
Deshawn found it curious to realize he believed Mishi's statement without question. Jamie's death would certainly end any hope of seeing him restored. Deshawn didn't know whose plot this might be, and he didn't care. He also didn't see how it involved him. Why not tell him yourself?
I cannot.
There was shouting on the far side of the building. Mishi looked in that direction for a moment, listening.
There is no time for argument. There are others I must warn. As a dragoon, the task to warn Wolf falls to you.
I'm not a dragoon anymore. The shouting drew closer.
You once said that being a dragoon was like being a samurai,
Mishi said in a hushed voice.
A samurai serves until death. You have the opportunity to save your lord from dishonorable death.
He abandoned me. Mishi took a step back into the shadows. Even to Deshawn's dark, adapted eyes, none of the man was visible save for his face.
If you believe that, you can have your revenge. Do nothing, and Wolf and his family will die.
Deshawn was alone, but not for long. A trio of Home Guard troopers came pelting along the avenue. One saw Deshawn and covered him with a rifle, while calling for him to stand still. Deshawn didn't move.
That's not him,
a man wearing sergeant stripes said as he knocked the first trooper's barrel up.
Our man's wearing black.
He could have changed, the trooper whined.
Not enough time. The sergeant turned to Deshaun and squinted at him. Say, citizen, haven't I seen you around? Name's Deshaun Frazier. Don't sound familiar. You haven't seen anybody lurking about, have you? I saw a jogger in a dark suit down by the lake. I thought it was early for PE, but you know how fanatical some people are. That's gotta be him, the first trooper shouted and started off at a run. The other two guardsmen followed. As he disappeared into the trees, the sergeant shouted back, Be a good citizen and report to the guard station at the hall. Tell them what you saw. Deshaun thought about ignoring the sergeant's order, but he realized the sergeant had his name. If he checked up and Deshaun hadn't reported, it could raise suspicions that he had been a party to the fugitive's escape. And now, a MechWarrior battle. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, come along to the MechWarrior battle. Override engaged. In MechWarrior, you too can fight the good fight and destroy Comstar as it should be done. Everybody, shoot the dish! Shoot the dish! Why are people firing their missiles at me? That does not seem a good use of resources. But you know, sometimes when you play the game, that is the way that it works out. Ain't that right, Laughing Bear?
That be right, my friend. That be right.
And you know what they say? In West Philadelphia, I was born and raised. On the playground is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. And shooting some b-ball outside of the school. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. On one little fight, my mom got scared. She said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." I whistled for a cab, and when it came near, the license plate said fresh, and it had dice in the mirror. If anything, I could say that this cab was rare, but I thought, nah, forget it. Yo home to Bel Air. I pulled up to the house about 7 or 8 and yelled to the cabbie, "You home, smell you later." Looked at my kingdom, I was finally there. Sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel Air.
Target spotted.
Where the hell is that flea going?
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Still getting used to this thing. Yeah, I just freaked on my
Target
annihilator.
destroyed. New target acquired. Heat level critical. Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted. Push ahead. A good
Warning,
start.
incoming
I'm sure
missile.
some mama with y'all.
Points, warriors.
New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile. Warning, incoming missile.
I should have heard put a war horn on this.
Warning, incoming missile. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Well, that's 3 deaths on my side.
New target acquired.
Resource point Sigma is now controlled
New
by the
target
enemy.
acquired. Target destroyed.
Dang it, you stole my kill.
New target acquired.
Whoops.
How am I supposed to get my Death Star? It's already way too late for that.
Acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Come on, get me out of here.
Come back a day later.
Center torso critical damage. Heat level critical. New target acquired.
We gotta get out of this point quick.
I'm guarding Theta with my life. Doing a pretty good job. This thing moves around pretty fast.
Target
Okay, I'm gonna try to go out and start getting more. I'm heading for Epsilon.
Anybody that's got a little bit of speed, start getting on point.
Yep, I'm going to go sit on Gamma. Laughing Bear's heading to Epsilon. Clearly, one of them is on Kappa.
Yeah, I'll head towards Kappa.
Make sure that we leave at least one person on each point as you get there and retake it.
They're on Epsilon now.
No, we're on Epsilon.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I am on Epsilon.
The wrong way.
Sorry, we went so slow, but you know, Annihilator.
I'm pretty fucked up.
Annihilator. Annihilator.
Alright, I guess they're on
I
Sigma.
need to get someone to go to Kappa,
I'm already headed towards Kappa.
and then the latches get that guy off at Sigma.
The feet are upon us. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I got out of this. I mean, it's a pretty solid, if, you know, very spicy build. So they had just taken Sigma. My guess is the next place they're going to try to go is Theta.
I'm in the basement now, guarding Theta.
I will come there with you because, you know, with my 57% and your 34%, we're almost a whole mech.
Almost.
Target acquired.
And that's exactly where they went, isn't it?
New target acquired.
There's one down here at Jenner.
There's one headed to Gamma.
There's a Jenner down in the basement at Theta.
Not anymore, there's not.
We've collected 75% of the resources. Keep holding on.
Yeah, we get Sigma and then we're okay.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Oh, sure, I was going to be able to get to Sigma in time to cap it.
We didn't need to. We just needed to stop them from taking another point. 4 killing blows, 4 kill assists, 3 solo kills, 4 KMDDs, 911 points of damage done.
Didn't get any killing blows, but I got 4 assists, 2 KMGDs, 511 damage.
Yeah, Rick, this was a solid performance. All right, back to the book. This will be the last chapter of the evening, by the way, guys. It is almost midnight here, and that's normally about when I'll stop. So somewhere in this vicinity, when I get to the end of this chapter, that'll be the end of the reading and the end of my playing tonight. But of course, we'll go and raid somebody and do all of our fun housekeeping and stuff. All right, back to the book. Reluctantly, Deshawn walked to the guard station. The guard captain wore the stylized wolf's head favored by partisans of the New Order. Though he seemed not to have much use for Deshawn's circumstantial evidence, he spent a long time establishing it. During that time, Deshawn thought about what Mishi had said. Every time he went over the possible outcomes, he liked them less. He wanted to be away from Wolf Hall, but running out before the captain dismissed him wouldn't help anyone. While Deshawn waited for dismissal, Hamilton Atwile exited the elevator bank. On his way across the lobby, he happened to glance at the guard station. Seeing Deshawn, his face opened into a smile. "Deshawn, what are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same thing, Ham." Deshawn made his remark with a jocular tone, but it evoked a guarded look in Atwile's eyes. "You're not under arrest, are you?" With a shake of his head, Deshawn said, "Just reporting a prowler." "Prowler?" Atwile frowned, then looked thoughtful. When he spoke, his voice was pitched so anyone nearby would have no trouble hearing his words. "It's been a long time since we've talked. If you've got a few, I'll pop for the broom." It was obviously an invitation, and one meant to be seen as non-political. Under the circumstances, Deshawn suspected it was anything but. Still undecided about how to handle the burden Mishi had placed on him, he realized he knew too little of what was happening. Ham was an old friend, and high in the Dragoons' command structure. At the very least, Deshawn might get a better sense of the power balance. "A few. If I'm not home by dawn, Jeanette'll worry about what happened." "Wouldn't want to cause trouble between you two. You stuck together through a hell of a lot." Atwile laid his arm around Deshawn's shoulder and started to lead him into the hall. When the guard captain objected, Atwile said, "That's all right, Captain. Mr. Frazier's a veteran. I'll vouch for him." "You'll sign his pass?" "Yes, I'll sign his pass." Atwile scribbled his name on the datapad the officer thrust at him, then waited with obvious impatience while the captain processed a visitor's badge for Deshawn. Wearing the plastic ID tag, Deshawn allowed Atwile to take him to the cafeteria. It was almost deserted, and once they had their beers, Atwile selected a table well away from any of the other late-night customers. Override engaged. Acapella scum? Those poor singers.
I've got a good friend that's into barbershop, and she showed me a lot of stuff about that particular world, and I was pretty impressed with some of the stuff they do.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
I thought I had jump jets in this thing. Nope, not going that way.
Fuel at 0%. New target acquired. Target spotted. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Alright, we got some coming around left flank, Echo 5, Echo 6, at least 2.
Mm-hmm. They're back by Alpha.
Yeah.
Are you over there by yourself?
No, I'm up with the group. I'm not running something heavy enough to take on.
I'm in a pretty fast mech, but I don't want to go over there by myself. So.
No, we don't. There's King Crab and a Marauder and something else I could pick up.
I could go over there and
clustered up around Alpha. No, no. We don't. They can wait.
Target spotted.
Because at the moment they're not really helping the rest of their team. So.
Nope.
How the hell am I getting shot in the back?
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Oh, that's why. Got teammates that don't know how to aim.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Step into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Maybe not. Those bullets hurt.
New target acquired.
As they are intended to.
Annihilator in the middle of the Citadel.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
They destroyed Alpha. That's pushed us back. We can't let them take control.
No, in fact, that has done absolutely nothing.
Matt, you have an open mic, buddy.
I'm having weird keyboard issues lately. I think I'm gonna need to buy a new keyboard soon.
Target destroyed. Heat level critical. Target acquired. New target acquired. Heat level critical. Heat level critical. Target destroyed. Critical damage. Right arm critical. Right dorsal.
I took down several with me before I went down.
You probably got all the kills, or at least most of them.
2 of the 4. I mean, one of the guys that came over at me was wicked weak in the center.
I'd put those mashed potatoes in the refrigerator in case you wanted them for later.
Thank you. I actually would like some mashed potatoes.
Yukon Gold mashed potatoes.
I had beef shepherd's pie for dinner, so.
My nephew makes what's it called? He uses Bisquick and makes a hamburger pie.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. Well, I'm not going to sit here and watch this guy play Tiddlywinks.
Of course, the fact that there are still, what, 8 of them out there and they can't freaking find him in the circle? I don't know what that says.
Yeah, because his ECM's gone.
Mm-hmm.
He's got.
He has no weapons.
So, yeah. So that means none of them have seismic. Or close enough to pick him up. Oh, there's finally some.
I mean, if you... I said if he was powered down, that would be one thing, but...
Yeah.
I have a request for you here in just a second. You guys take care. I'll talk to you guys later, okay? Maybe tomorrow.
All right, Bear. Have a great night.
Yep,
Bye.
have a good one.
Yeah, 2 killing blows, 2 kill assists, 1 solo kill, 2 KMDDs, 633, and arrows up. The only other person who got kills was the direwolf that was running around with me. Atwile abandoned any pretense at joviality as soon as they were seated. Where do you stand on the succession? I'm out of the Dragoons, Ham. Remember? Once a Dragoon, always a Dragoon. Somebody already fed me that line tonight, Ham. Prowler, maybe? You know about that? Don't know nothing, but I was hoping you'd tell me. There's a plot to kill Wolf. Atwile sat back in his seat, his beer bottle tilting in his slack hand and coming precariously close to spilling. You're sure about this? Fellow who mentioned it seemed to be very sure. You involved? I'd be talking to you if I was. Atwile laughed softly, bitterly. I don't know anymore. There are too many Two-Faces for this old warhorse. He took a hit from his bottle. When? Before morning. That doesn't leave much time. Will you come with me to Carmody? Tell him what you know? I don't know much. He'll need everything we can get. Will you help? For old time's sake? Heat burned under Deshawn's skin. I'll talk to Carmody. I didn't think they'd get that far, Carmody said when they told him. Significantly, he believed Deshawn's unsupported statement. But it all falls into place. That's why they sent the Home Guard out on maneuvers. Wanted me to oversee the whole thing, too. There's still a platoon in barracks besides the regular security forces, isn't there? Carmody nodded. But Elson's got a point of elementals covering Wolf's place. There's supposed to be security against riots, but they're a guard. They won't let us in. Are they armored? No. Even for him, that would be too blatant just now.
Then we don't have to ask, Atwile said. 5 elementals won't stand up against a whole platoon. Then what, Ham? What do we do when we're inside? We get Wolf out. Sounds so simple, but it isn't. Where would he go? Deshaun looked at the clock. If you're gonna do something, you'd better do it soon. You're right. We'll have to decide what happens next after we make sure there is a next. Maybe Jamie'll have some ideas. Override engaged.
Thanks. Anybody got some ointment? My ass is getting kicked awful here tonight.
Ointment no. Astroglide.
You guys want to party in the basement, or like what's up?
Nah, the basement's typically a death trap. If they get ahead in kills by anybody who doesn't go down there, all they have to do is wait for us to try to come out.
But I'm so fast, I could already be partying down there.
I like peeking in and shooting things.
Acquired.
I like Pikachu, the electric Pokemon.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
There is an assault in the
Target
basement,
acquired.
Charger.
Target spotted.
There's a Geezer up there on
New
Echo
target
6.
acquired.
Camping.
New target acquired.
Spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
What, we're going up against Fjord?
Why, are they shooting your legs?
Yeah.
But wait. Fjord doesn't do things like that.
Right. I mean, only
But wait,
faction,
there's more!
Target acquired.
they only do that in faction, not in quick play.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New
Yeah,
target
'cause it's not like my
acquired.
torso would be, be visible before my legs.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Whole bunch underneath. Whole bunch.
Target spotted.
Let them be underneath. Let's take care of everything out here first.
Like there's this many underneath. I'm holding my fingers up.
Affirmative.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
I'm all shot to shit. Go.
Target
Go.
acquired.
Spotted.
Guys, they're about to dump out Echo 5.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Heat sink destroyed.
Target spotted.
Right arm critical damage.
Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Fuel You're at 0%.
Shit. Stealth Atlas and
Go Hunchback.
D4.
Kill that camper.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target
Left
spotted.
arm destroyed.
Get him to poke his head out. I'll shoot at him.
Left torso critical
spotted.
damage. Medium pulse laser
assistance.
destroyed. Right arm destroyed. Right torso critical
Target spotted.
damage. Right torso destroyed.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. Heat level critical.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
I'm surprised that guy was able to continue to fire that often with those things. Stupid silver bullet Gauss.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Please target Kilo. Delta 4.
Target spotted.
I went and bought Chex Mix tonight. I really kind of want my Chex Mix. I blame it on Cajun Tuna for convincing me to have an edible.
Let's go basement.
Yeah, that is something I cannot do.
I understand. I can.
Because earlier this week, I had to go pee in a cup twice.
Cajun Tuna, I accept that.
UAV going up in 5 seconds.
4,
Target destroyed.
3,
UAV
2. Nope.
activated.
That was 3 seconds.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
Target acquired.
One of them's on the left side.
Critical. Target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
He is not going to win against that dire wolf.
Heat level critical.
Unless he gets that cool shot.
Destroyed. Left torso
Too
destroyed.
late.
Center torso critical damage.
Respond. This is Clan Command. Respond.
Ah, still got an equals. I'll take it. The night was fading into the half-light of pre-dawn when the heavy hover van whirred down the street toward the Wolf family compound. It might have been a transport truck carrying in foodstuffs from the surrounding countryside to fill the stalls of the fresh food markets. But it wasn't. Better light would have revealed its corporate markings were hastily painted and made its military lines readily apparent. Deshawn sat in the hover truck's cab, along with a pimple-faced kid who was supposed to be the best hover jockey in the Home Guard. Atwile was elsewhere, doing things that were necessary if this scheme was to succeed. Through his earpiece, Deshawn could hear the growling of the truck Colonel Carmody rode in. The platoon of motorized infantry was approaching the Wolf family compound. Deshawn popped the plug for a moment, then replaced it after confirming it was the truck's snarling engines he heard echoing in the pre-dawn streets. Carmody was with his platoon of Home Guard. He had to be. No one else could have gotten them out of barracks and persuaded them to face the elementals guarding the Wolf compound. As it was, Deshawn could tell by the colonel's haranguing that some of them were hanging back by the transports. The colonel's arguments shifted to a different sort when the leader of the elementals confronted him. Deshawn turned on the hover van's video deck and fumbled with the controls until he had it tuned to the channel from Carmody's truck. They'd arranged that the video pickup would cover the gate area so Deshawn could observe as well as listen into what was happening. He could see Carmody arguing with the elemental leader. Suddenly, the colonel stopped talking and cocked his head to one side. Then he looked over his shoulder toward the center of the city. It was painfully obvious to Deshawn what was happening. The colonel's headset was spouting a report from one of the spotter posts they had set up on all the probable routes to the suburbs. The assassins were on their way. The colonel's reaction must have meant something to the elemental leader as well. He started calling orders to his point. "This is going wrong," Deshawn told his driver. "Take the van in." "I don't have orders," the kid objected. "We're supposed to wait for Colonel Carmody's signal." Deshawn slapped him on the shoulder. "Take the van in." The picture wobbled as the hover van's engine gobbled power to spin the fans faster. The truck blasted from the alley where it was hidden and headed for the compound. Carmody saw it coming and shouted, "Archer on the gate!" As the missile team jumped out of the lead transport, the point commander reacted. He chopped Carmody in the throat and raced for cover, but he wasn't fast enough. The rocket roared past him, impacting slightly off-center on the iron gates. Fire flared over the gate, and the elemental was flung away like a doll. One valve was blown clear, and the other hung drunkenly as the van barreled toward the gate. The elementals had opened fire on the Home Guardsmen, who were returning fire erratically. Deshawn caught a glimpse of Carmody sprawled awkwardly as the hover van bucked over the debris and slammed into the hanging gate. Iron rang and the truck's fender crumpled, but the driver fought the slewing van and kept it on course through the gateway. The hover van roared up the drive, leaving behind the firing at the gate. With the house set so far back from the street, soldiers on foot would take some time to reach it. The van flashed across the park-like grounds in seconds. The van slowed as it climbed the slight hill, and the driver dropped the speed further as they took the last turn. The move was deliberate. A fast-moving vehicle would likely be taken as a hostile. The fans were muted to a purr by the time he spun the vehicle to a broadside parking position on the green in front of the mansion. We'll get back to the story after this mech warrior battle.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
This is a bit of an experimental build.
That's what she said.
Yeah, 8 Rocket 20s and an SRM-6.
Oh, that's awful.
I plan to destroy a single mech.
No,
That's what that build would be. Yep, one mech.
I tried it. I tried it on the legendary longbow. Even with like, I think it was 12 Rocket 20s, I couldn't get a single mech. So good luck.
funny because I see guys in the Javelin, the corrupt central bank, doing a Javelin 11P with less.
Maybe it's some perk.
I don't know, maybe.
At 25%. Fuel at 0.
Sniper all the way on the very, very far back wall. Let's see if I can make my way that way.
Target acquired.
Negative. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Wait.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
The fuck? Linebacker.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
There's also like a stealth fleet or something. Or 5.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Enemy forces at 75%.
Incoming missile.
Enemy has started to chip away at us.
Target destroyed.
Stay frosty.
New target acquired.
Shadowcat, what did you think you were gonna do to me?
Acquired.
I'm a hunchback, for God's sake.
New target acquired. Armor destroyed. Fleet destroyed.
Whoa, that dude just headshotted me. Bullshit.
At 25%. New target acquired. Critical. Fuel at 25%.
Take down any more of you.
Level critical. Right leg critical damage.
You
Right
hostiles
arm
all
critical
remaining.
damage.
Crush the coward.
Left leg critical damage. Heat level critical.
Need assistance.
UAV above me at the door.
Torso critical damage.
God, if these guys would quit going for just legs, he could have killed the guy.
You talking about with that Arctic cheetah? Or the
No,
little
I
stealth?
was going up against a Crusader.
Oh,
He kept going for his legs.
yeah.
And if he would have just went for a torso,
Activated.
halved his weapons, and quit trying to get so close to him, got out of range of his small lasers, he would have had him.
I don't know that he was faster than the Crusader, though, so I don't know that he could have actually gotten away.
He had jump jets.
So did the Crusader.
So Yeah, but he could have stayed up on top, moved around. Because at one point, Crusader was out of jump jets. He couldn't follow him. Got out of range of those small lasers. So, I mean, okay, I get it. The heat of battle, it's real hard to think about that sometimes. But
Excuse me. I'm not sure what this Koloss is doing at this point, but
me neither.
What's the other mech?
Linebacker or something. Hit some jets. That and a flea. Saw one pug up at E4, but I don't know where he went.
He went down to the back there somewhere.
just make sure you guys stay together so you don't get surprised by the stealth.
I'm looking right at him. Hard to track with SRMs.
It worked!
Sorry. Bet you didn't expect that.
Are you the Spanish Inquisition?
Oh, that was... I've been waiting to do that for a while.
Because nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, in spite of the fact they gave like, what was it, at least 30 days notice about it.
They tacked it up to their door.
Who shot my ass?
It wasn't me. I only got SRMs. It's likely that little flea.
It had to be now.
We should go down in like Fox 2 area and just put our backs facing outward. He's got only one way to go. He's got to come into the open.
Yeah, we'll have to. I was hoping to leave myself out as bait, have him hit me, so I could at least figure out where. Maybe F3?
No, he's on the... I think I know where he is. He's on the wall up here in the back on F3 somewhere. So I said, if we back down into F2, he's got nowhere to go except straight at us.
Yeah. I don't see anything on heat.
You won't with him being stealthed.
And then he comes back.
What's your loadout, Lee? ERs?
I've got 2 AC-20s and 6 SRM-6 on this.
And Lee's got 4 ER Meads and a large pulse. Yeah. Keep forgetting that rockets exist. I just don't like him because it's a one-shot deal.
Like I said, if we stay here, he has to come straight at us, and if he tries to get behind us, he's got to bounce. Unfortunately, this is the boring part.
It's why skirmish is never the mode to take. Remember, every match is a skirmish, just some have additional rules.
There he is.
Oh, fuck.
So exciting.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to minimize this, guys. We're going to let the match continue to go, but we're going to minimize that and go back to reading. You guys can see it up in the upper right-hand corner. Wolf was waiting on the porch. Behind him, Joshua stood in the open doorway, a laser pistol cradled in both hands. The boy was obviously more of a threat to himself than to an intruder. His mother obviously agreed. She appeared and appropriated the weapon. She joined Wolf as the hover van settled, its fans idling. Deshawn was almost amused to see that Wolf seemed surprised to see him step down from the van. "Is this a rescue or an assault, Deshawn?" "Both," Deshawn answered perversely. "But I'm in with the parties of the first part."
High ground to the right, Fox 2.
"And who's the other side?" "I think you know better than me." Satisfied there was no immediate danger, the rest of the family boiled out onto the porch to surround the little group. Deshawn ignored their questions and spoke to Wolf. "There's a plot against your life scheduled to be executed tonight."
GG.
GG.
Yay, we won.
Wolf looked at the graying sky. "There's not much night left." "Exactly." "There's no need for killing," Catherine said. "Don't we have enough dead? We could just leave." "We could," Marisha said, "but Jamie can't." "Why not?" Catherine asked. "Because whether he wants to be involved or not, he's too good a rallying point for those who oppose him." Marisha's expression was grim. "No one will rally around a dead man." Catherine looked appalled. "You're talking about murder." Deshawn snorted. "I don't think they see it that way. This is probably just a necessary precaution in the battle for supremacy in the Dragoons." "Is it murder when you have one of your trials?" "What about it, Wolf? If you'd fought for yourself in that challenge, Elson would have killed you. Now, then, what's the difference?" "There's enough of a difference that it will cause him problems," Wolf said. "Only if he isn't the one to tell the story," Marisha said. "There's truth in that," Wolf agreed with a sigh. "Maybe it's not too late to try and fix things." A sharp series of explosions sounded from the gate, followed by increased weapons fire. "It won't be your choice if you stay here much longer." Wolf nodded. "Get everyone in the van. We want the back way. Riverview Parkway will put us on the expressway to the port." There wasn't a lot of talking as the family boarded the hover van. A loud explosion made Catherine jump, and she nearly fell from the tail, but Rachel grabbed her arm and steadied her. Deshawn sealed the doors and moved around to the front. The driver didn't let him get seated before he gunned the fans. The van howled away from the mansion, Wolf giving directions from the cargo compartment through the open panel. The ride to the spaceport was tense, but they encountered no roadblocks, no ambushes. Men wearing Home Guard uniforms were manning the approaches to the spaceport. They waved the van through. Hamilton Atwile and Brian Cameron were standing at the foot of the passenger ramp when they pulled up.
I'm glad to see you, Colonel,
Atwile said as Wolf climbed out of the back of the truck.
We were worried when we heard Colonel Carmody was down.
Wolf's eyes flashed. Another score to settle.
Reactor online.
Back to a MechWarrior battle.
All systems nominal. Override engaged.
Override engaged. Override activated. Alright guys, I think this is going to be my last match of the evening. We've got, like, less than a page left of the book. So, let's win, huh? Eh? Eh?
Sounds like a plan.
Eh? But only if your name is Deshaun Frazier.
Fuel at 25%.
Because then you could have Ali versus Frazier.
5%.
I'm not sure it's the same Frazier.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Fucking invisible walls.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted. Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
All the single labor bees, all the single labor bees, all the single labor bees.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
You put your cans up. Oh.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile. Right torso critical damage. Right arm critical damage. Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed. Medium pulse laser destroyed. Heatsink destroyed. New target acquired. Center.
Yeah, that was a crappy match.
Center torso critical.
You mean that it's like somewhat evenly matched, or?
No, the damage I did.
Ah, okay.
Airstrike on. Fuel at 25%.
I mean, we're probably going to come out with the win.
Yeah.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Yep, we won.
All right, let's go finish the book. The chapter. How about the chapter? Yep, I got arrows down on that one, actually.
I got arrow up.
Cameron helped the women out of the van while Wolf talked to Atwile. There was no luggage for the waiting crew members to carry. They scurried up the ramp ahead of the family. Cameron had a last word with Atwile before the aerospace colonel took off across the field in his hover jeep. The great dropship began to hiss and clang as the crew prepared for launch. A crew member fretted, waiting for Wolf to board. The colonel held out his hand to Deshawn. "Thank you." Ignoring the offered hand, Deshawn said, "I don't want your thanks." "Well, you've got it anyway. I appreciate what you've done." Deshawn was distinctly uncomfortable. He couldn't look Wolf in the face. Staring off across the field, he asked, "Where will you go?" "Nope." "To the other side of the mountain." "Why not just leave? Go to Davian." "Running away won't solve anything." "No, it wouldn't. He'll come after you." "He is welcome to try." Wolf smiled in the way Deshawn remembered from years ago. It made him feel sorry for whoever got in the man's way. "Come with us. We'll need good mech warriors." "I won't leave Jeanette." Cameron called out from the top of the ramp. "Colonel, gate reports firing." Wolf frowned. "There's no time to get her. We can send a message for her to join us." "And if they intercept it?" "No thanks, Colonel. I'll look after her myself." "I wouldn't leave Marisha either. Good luck, Deshawn." Turning his back on the colonel, Deshawn hopped aboard the van and ordered the anxious driver to pull out. Dust kicked out as the fans whirred to full speed, pelting Wolf as he ran up the ramp. Deshawn didn't look back. The driver took the van around the bulk of the dropship and away from the firefight at the main gate. They headed for a storage shed, where technician uniforms and passes waited for them. While they changed, the chieftain lifted for orbit. Oh. Add. All right. Let me All right, it looks like the ad is ending here. Hopefully you guys are all back. Well, we made it to the end of the chapter. So we will pick up on chapter 39 next Stompy Mech Night, which will probably most likely be Thursday next week. So, let's do a little bit of housekeeping, and then we'll go and raid somebody. So, to start with, thank you to all of you. The greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is a gift of your time. And I appreciate that you guys gave me the gift of yours this evening. Whether it was for 5 minutes or 5 hours, whichever way, thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you for everybody for your continued support for Project New Hope and me and all of that fun stuff, because it does mean a lot to all of us. Just by being here, whether you're lurking, doing something else, whatever else, helps to get ad revenue, which helps to donate to Project New Hope. Thank you, of course, to new followers, Corson Kaiser and Darthak, or Darth AK, or whatever that was, my moderator bots, and, of course, to all of you and my 601 unit mates.
You're welcome.
I hope you guys all have yourselves a wonderful evening and a fantastic rest of your weekend. I will not be on tomorrow. There's a hockey game, and I have to pick up my wife when she returns from Canada. So I will be back next week. Hope you guys all have yourselves a wonderful rest of your weekend, and see you all very soon. Make sure you stick around for the raid.